The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. And somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandering, trying to get the black votes. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and I go it's hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg could suck dick with that stop and frisk. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about Shawty going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy, and man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Che and Crewman. We're joined with our other host, Lady Che, and our West Coast correspondent should be joining us here shortly. And on this season 4, episode 43 or 4, Trey, part 2 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 1. Unannounced to me, Lady Che covered some of these topics while I was asleep, so I didn't know until after I did the description. But white Texas rapper Jen Lee says he can use the N-word.
I didn't cover that one then. On the Frontline Black News.
What you did on the RBA?
But that's different.
All right. The untold story, or the untold world of black codes. Americans revolt against Congress by heading to Chinese app Red Note in loom of TikTok ban. Sambo divorce rumors, and what the TikTok ban is really about. By importance, the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey posthumously. Rapper Busta Rhymes crashes out and arrested for assault. Black man with white friends was left to defend himself against the anti-black racists. That's why we keep telling you we have no friends. And then did Snoop and Nelly betray hip-hop? Fans blast Trump performance. Is honoring your lineage divisive? And Melly Mel defends Fat Joe and the hip-hop, Latino origins of hip-hop. So those are the topics tonight. Thank y'all for tuning in. Sorry we're running a little bit late, but we're here now. Okay, Twin says great show earlier, Lady Che.
Oh, thanks. I didn't know you watched it.
And he said he was knocked out, Mac. Oh, excuse me, that was Mac 285 that said great show earlier.
Yeah, he was.
Twin said he was knocked out.
He was there with me for the most of it to the sound.
Yeah, so welcome to the Frontline Black News. Yep, peace, Twin, peace. Yep, Tangibles 2025 all the way up to 2100. Yes, peace, Mac 285. Yep, great show earlier, Lady Che. And yeah, you were knocked out. We were all knocked out. I think I passed out. I did pass out. The last part of the last show on the Frontline Black News on part 1. All right, so I'm gonna hop right into it. So this rapper Jen Lee thinks it's okay to say nigga, and there's no pastors given, so we need to send a clear message to him that this shit's not okay at all, and you will be dealt with accordingly, just like we dealt with the Tethers, Fat Joke, Mad Hoffa, etc., etc. You will be dealt with accordingly as well. That's not it. 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 That's what the hell I just do with the queue? I just had it pulled up. Sorry, y'all. I was watching the queue and now I can't find the damn queue. Lady Che, I got a whole piece right here for you. Hold on, y'all. I gotta assist Lady Che with something real quick.
She's got like 50 million windows open.
Yep, that's my per usual. Alright, where the hell? I just had the damn queue pulled up. Now I can't find it. Shit don't make no sense. I restart my computer and then everything goes wonky.
Did you watch my shit yesterday?
I watched some of it just now. That's how I know that you have went over this topic on the RBA.
So you pick a different
I'm
Peace, love, and reparations. Welcome to Black Star TV 2.0. What's going on, family? Please come in and hit that subscribe button, that like button. You already know what it is. Man, listen, I need y'all to go to blackstartv.store. That's blackstartv.store and go shop. We got some merch for y'all, some foundational Black American clothing, attire, and all type of stuff. So, yeah, go there and get your shop on. But today, family, I want to talk about this white rapper from Texas. He had a lot to say, and he's saying he can say the N-word. And I need all my people from Texas to get in here right now because we need an explanation. Why does he feel like he can just say the N-word and just get away with it?
right.
That's what we want to know. But I'm gonna play this video again. This his name is Jen Lee. He's a Texas rapper, and I'm gonna play this video where he was talking about, and we're gonna break this down.
Hey man, it's Jen Lee. You know, I've been going viral the past couple of days, so I just want to say a couple of things. First thing first, if y'all watched that fucking video, bro, and y'all heard anybody in that room say the N-word, y'all heard, if y'all's ears heard anybody say the N-word, y'all sick out your motherfucking mind, man. You know what I'm saying? Anybody say the N-word around me getting packed the fuck out. Fuck is you talking about? But me, I'm a nigga. You know what I'm saying? I ain't say no N-word. I said nigga. Fuck is you talking about? And I'm around a bunch of my niggas. You know what I'm saying? And really like that. You gonna be, if you do make it out, you're gonna be limping hard in the bitch. Fuck is you talking?
Now, family,
Thank you, Plan.
this is what allowing people in a culture. And listen to what he said. This is deep. I always say this as well. White people, or I must just say
Nothing about him, Mr.
non-Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, the only type of Black culture that they love to gravitate to is the negative culture. You notice he said, "Oh, if you sound like some Dr. King and Al Sharpton." See, think about what Al Sharpton, even though Al Sharpton's a coon,
Yeah.
right? He's on the more progressive side of things, trying to get things done in the community. So was Martin Luther King. Why is that a bad thing, Cracker? And listen, he feel like because he's saying it with the A at the end, that is cool. Fam, that's not cool. I don't care. I don't even know who allowed you to be in the game.
Right.
Who allowed this nigga to be in the game? See, money is allowing people to be cool now. Like you could just have money and you can come sit at the cool table. Nah, I'm dead serious. This is why Fat Joe was like, "Oh, you broke, you a bunch of broke niggas." See, because everybody knows that people attract to the money. You feel what I'm saying? So I don't know which one of y'all Crips or rolling whatever. I don't know who brought this the check going on, fam. Listen, he can go sit at Fat Joe table. I don't even know who this nigga make it on the channel. But at the end of the day, yo, listen, hell no, you not saying no N-word. I don't care which one of them niggas allowed you to say it. You feel me? Family, we not letting this go down. This dude, and it's so funny that he brings up Al Sharpton and Martin Luther King. Dude brought up Al Sharpton and Martin Luther King as if that's a bad thing. Oh, y'all don't want to, you better take that up Main Street. Like, what? You fat bastard, you got some nerve, take that shit up Main Street. First of all, you need to take that shit back to wherever the hell little trailer park you came from. Because you're not from the hood. You talking that hood stuff, you're not from the hood.
Right.
All you did was grab our vernacular, our little swag with the clothes and all of that, eat the grill in your mouth. Come on, fam. You're not about to sit here. Y'all try to be us so much.
Yeah.
And then when somebody check you, it's like, oh nah, man, my other friends was allowing me to say it, man. We don't care about none of that.
That's no pass.
We don't care about none of that. See, once you start saying that outside of them, and it starts coming out to the atmosphere, see, you're done, bro. That type of shit got to be behind closed doors with the niggas that you cool with. Yeah, you're not gonna come in front of the rest of us and think just because they let you say it that we gonna let you say it, because it's not happening.
Right.
I'm telling you, family, you gotta watch these people, man. You got to watch these people. Yo, I'm telling you, we'll be all the way in the corner of the parking lot. A white person to come pull right next to us. Like, damn, why you park next to us? I said, don't even worry about it, Quan. I got him. I put on some Dr. Umar, Dr. Polite. I said Dr. Polite, Brother Polite. I'll put on somebody. I'm Dr. Farrakhan. I'm gonna put on somebody, and I'm gonna play it loud and watch in seconds how that motherfucker get the hell away from you. See, when we talk that Black power, boy, it's something to that frequency that gets y'all the hell out of there.
Yep.
See, truth resonates with us. When a person starts speaking that real Black shit, yo, and they genuine with it, yo, most Black people gonna gravitate to that.
Mm-hmm.
See, it's only non-foundational Black Americans and non-Black people who don't gravitate to that. They look at it as like some type of radicalism. Yeah, it's like whoa. Now you're too Black.
Mm-hmm.
See, I liked you when you was just regular. Now when you start talking that pro-Black stuff where y'all trying to build each other up, and you know what I mean, exclude us up out of it. Now you're doing too much. Yeah, man, we checking, we running the board, bro. All this thing, y'all niggas think y'all just gonna come around us and just do and move how you please. It's not happening. It's not happening. And see, notice this, that a lot of this is happening in rap. Because we made it one big melting pot where everybody can just come in, right? And that's cool. Nobody's saying, but we're going to stop your money. You think that you're going to come around us and say whatever you want, you're going to starve over here.
Yep.
Peace, love, and reparations. Please make sure I hit that subscribe button, that like button, and definitely go to that store, that BlackStarTV.store, and you can go. There's a store on YouTube within YouTube too, so you can go to that. It's right next to the community section, and tap on the store button. Yes, thank you so much, family. I appreciate all the support, everybody coming to the channel and supporting the channel, and I appreciate all the cash apps that people have been sending. It's a blessing. But yeah, family, listen, man, it's 2025. We running the yard on this foundational Black American everything. Matter of fact, let me go in here and try to show y'all a little something. I'm gonna show y'all a little something. A little something of what I got. Bear with me real quick, family. Yeah, family. See, the thing is, we not allowing none of these white people. Anytime a white person uses the N-word, or anybody that's not Black uses the N-word, it's real cringy to me.
Right.
Hold on one second. Here we go. Oh, I didn't mean that. All right, here we go, fam. This is what I was trying to get to. I'm trying to get to the story.
And what Black labor white wealth did, it tracked 800 years of history in very systematic terms to show you every strategy, every technique, every law, every public custom, and every public policy that was used to enslave Black folk around the world, and to maldistribute almost 100% of all this nation's wealth, power, resource, privileges, businesses, and controls of all levels of government into the hands of the dominant white society. And what slavery and Jim Crow segregation did with Black folk, it intentionally maldistributed all the resources away from Black folk and created a real-life monopoly game. Black folk in America are playing in a real-life monopoly game that you're totally ill-prepared to play and win.
So no pastors given. We just covered this cracker named Jim Lee out of Texas. Thought it was okay to say nigga. Nah, them days were long over. No pastors given. I don't even tolerate that shit out here in Colorado and Denver. Been known for checking them crackers, them Mexicans, and anybody else who thought it was okay to say nigga around me. What are your thoughts, Lady J?
I have a whole shit of thoughts. But I just got an update though. Update is, I was right, like I said yesterday, and cuz walked that shit all the way back.
Oh yeah.
He did. I had my own thoughts on the subject, but like I said, cuz is not one of us. He white, all the way white, and when shit get rough, cuz gonna be Jason, Ryan, whatever, you're gonna go right back to white privilege, white whatever. And his excuse was, I don't want my children just saying that shit. I got Mexican, white Mexican children, some shit like that. And I was just like, I said, shout out to the motherfucker who applied that mighty ass power pressure to that, because I have my thoughts on a whole bunch of shit. I have my thoughts on the Caribbean. I got my thoughts on that. I got my thoughts on the whole overall structure of that motherfucker. And he's like, I just want to take it out by the fucking naked. I think you would. I think you might. Because real motherfuckers don't like that shit. They will apply pressure. Not, ain't nobody protecting nothing about what a white motherfucker think. At the end of the day, the looks know that, like I said, I told everybody, I only met one solid white, legend white look, right? One. In 30-something years of riding around with the look.
It's the damn fan, cuz.
One.
The fan on the laptop.
One in like 37 years of riding around
Try
with
to
the look.
reduce it.
You did?
Can you still hear it?
Should I finish you?
Yeah.
I only met one in all my years of like 30-some years of riding around with the Lokes, black Lokes. Okay, so I know if I've only met one, and that was off of the vouch of my one of my writers that I brought from California here. Right, 2 of them I brought from California here.
Yeah.
Right. If I third vouch, and I've known them for years before that, enough to bring them here, right, to help me with a situation, and later on they vouched for that same individual. I took that, as whatever, but that in itself came from the vouch of 2 Lokes, black Lokes, mind you, that have been in the game a lot longer than even he was.
Yeah.
Like 20 years longer. So it goes up the chain. So that their word meant more to me than whatever the fuck he was talking about at the time.
Yeah.
Right? And I told him, I said, the white ones, you've heard it before. You haven't heard it before. You heard it before. The white ones only have a purpose to us. You got bread, you got acid we need. You're gonna hold the pistol. You know what I mean? You got a car, you got something we can easily get off of you because we need it, want it, taking it, whatever. That's the only reason there is. Even with the other white broad that we seen on allegedly on the set, right? Only pushed her way up the power tree. But is she represented by the female Crippets? No, but not at all. Not even a little bit. Okay, not even a little bit. So, and again, with that being said, at the end of the day, they are not our allies. They are not even our friends. Not even our Crip, right? Because I do know what the fuck that all means, right? So not even on that. That motherfucker would turn tuck tail, go right back to mommy and daddy, which is racism, white supremacy. And him saying things like, go walk that other path by the office, by the Capitol or whatever.
Yeah,
Main Street. That sound like real white supremacy. Real white supremacists marching through, burning fucking crosses on you. You know what you did? And so it wouldn't strike me if it was like that. In him interbreeding with a Mexican chick or Chicana chick, it only makes sense he needed to exist. Right?
Yeah.
The shit, the motherfucker was black off slap. I said it because I can feel it and I can just tell. I know. That's not a look. And that was making the set look bad. I wrote that shit all out there.
Yeah.
I said it all out there. But when I found out and I saw he walked it back,
Good. He should have walked it back. He should have never said the shit in the first
place.
Walked
it back. Right? He said he was feeling himself, and I don't know what else. Like, right? And looking like, hands crossed in the middle of the lap. Like, obviously, you know that if we're in war times, it doesn't matter what set, what ideology, you're black first, right? So, you know, I know he ain't one of us.
Right.
Right? But let us change the motherfucking message. That motherfucker would never be there.
Yeah, no.
At all. That motherfucker's holding all the business. You hear me? Hold this. Bye, bitch. You hear me? No. Call your father. I don't know what you're going to say. But don't. You better not. You get?
Mm-hmm.
You better not, because we're going to be doing this. You know what I mean? That's that, you know? So, it was just like, come on, because, no. So, I was thankful to some, because I said it like this: if you represent, or you're talking like you represent the set, knowing goddamn well, I'm from California, and I know lots of motherfucking cities. My brother, for example, did rode with me fucking till the wheels fell off, right?
Mm-hmm.
You gotta make a promise. That motherfucker right? So, in California, they would never. It would never. It's got to be an asset or some financial benefit. It has to behoove. And only to push that so much. He was doing the most, right? So when he walked it back, hands up cross, he said try to take it out of his whole vernacular. And I'm like, oh, right, I got 5 more questions. But whatever, thanks for applying that pressure. You saved his life, I guess. Right? Because that's soft. You can see he's soft like butter. Majorly soft. He wouldn't make it in the penitentiary. He wouldn't make it in the fucking county.
Right.
He wouldn't make it on the street.
Mm-hmm.
How he's been alive this whole time, I don't know. But I doubt it's because of how he said it was. He was acting like he was a beloved motherfucker, and everybody had his back.
Yeah, that was a cloud.
Clearly, that if a girl, right, has been riding around, raised by the looks, basically the street. I'm telling you, because I can look at that right now and say, hell no. They've never, unless you be a fucking use, and it's temporary.
Mm-hmm.
So, he was soft. He's soft everywhere.
He's a trash test dummy.
But not only that, but whoever did that,
Sorry,
whoever got in his brain stopped something very powerful. He stopped long-term cultural appropriation and vulture.
It's like trying to
Cultural
stop.
vultureism, or whatever the fuck you want to say.
Yeah, cultural vultureism.
You know what I mean? He stopped that. He's just brand new. Little soft ass jelly roll.
Mm-hmm.
He stopped a lifetime of fucking turning into Adam's Ray 2 and Black.
Yeah.
Mike, or Milk.
Yeah, milk.
You
Milk.
dig?
Milk 7-4.
Right.
Where in the world is milk?
Somebody
7-4?
applied that pressure, and I said, if they're not going to do it, if the Lokes are going to do it, then we got to do it.
Right.
And it's not the first time FBI done got in the motherfucker's ass. And, you know, like I was on the show, I showed the people a little something. A little something. It was just me and Mac at that time, you know, so I was just like, you know, just whatever. But when I saw the walk back, and I was like, God damn, did I call it? It was only a couple hours after I showed that video.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, I called it. Somebody was going to apply that FBA black fucking pressure in Texas. Yeah, right. And so, yeah, I was thankful they saved his life. And they stopped a motherfucker from stealing and culture vulturing.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it be gang member shit or either way, it's black shit. Let's put it that way. Gang member shit, musical shit. He's definitely trying to act like he's definitely trying to act, you know, rhyme tight.
Down.
No, he's trying to rhyme like, you know, like rhyme tight. But I felt like the motherfucker that was in his video probably brought out that piece of shit, bullshit ass, lame ass motherfucker. I felt like that was a gas station rhyme.
Mm-hmm.
That he did not write.
Yeah.
You hear me? He did not write. No swag, no groove, no motion, no nothing. He's just straight culture
appropriating.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Forgive me. That's what I meant to say. And somebody stopped that from happening. It could have went long term. So if we can catch him early,
right,
catch him all. You know what I mean?
Right.
Stop that shit in its tracks. So that shit don't keep going. 60s, That's a
Yeah,
legacy.
that's a legacy Crip game.
Right. So for a fat, fucking greasy, sloppy, non-energy having ass motherfucking, you didn't write that shit. Bullshit ass motherfucking. I want to play on this side of the fence today, mommy and daddy.
Mm-hmm.
Type shit to happen. I think we did them a favor and ourselves a favor.
Right.
I also said a whole bunch of other
I don't
shit.
know where the hell Shabaki is. She should have been
There you
on.
go.
See,
You're
we
welcome,
like,
fellas. I did the work.
you know, we should have dealt with this white boy. Gave him a right hand to the motherfucking face. Oh my god. So
No,
yeah.
you need the black reality life check.
Yeah.
And I was showing Mac. Here we go. I mean, if it wasn't gonna happen that day, it was gonna happen sometime in those next couple hours. I was showing Mac about it. Like, if he didn't feel it, he was gonna feel it.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Because that shit can't go on. Sometimes he was never gonna be pro-black. You saw how ignorant he was.
Right.
You see, like when my sister come over, she's like, "You doing too much?
Mm-hmm.
You're really too black."
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because that's what he said, right?
Yeah.
But he was never gonna get to that level
Hell
because
no.
he was ignorant like a motherfucker. So you could tell he was raised by
Trailer park trash.
planned trailer park ish shit. You know what I mean? Definitely racism, white supremacy. Definitely a supremacist raised him.
Yeah. So everybody want to be a nigga till it's time to be a nigga.
Right. And again, why would you want that at war?
Mm-hmm.
He took tail like when the shit started getting a little warm in the kitchen.
Yeah.
How long has this been going on? Like 2 weeks?
Yeah, about 2 weeks now.
2 weeks? For me, it was like 12 hours. That's how quick it was to turn around. So, like, for real, 2 weeks is a long time. If somebody was like, "Oh yeah, I ain't them though, nigga." Use a
You banging or?
Yeah, I did that.
Okay.
They're like, "I ain't them motherfucking people you hang out with. Real 60s are coming out with. What the fuck you talking about?"
Right.
Secondly, no.
Right.
No. That motherfucker, I'm surprised he made it. Not surprised he was wearing clothes when he did the interview. You think? Like, I'm surprised. I'm really surprised. We shouldn't let him have shit.
Right.
You should keep feeling that pressure till it's thoroughly ingrained.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, he's pasty enough. The color of your jacket, will show out brightly. You know what I mean? I'm all for reality checks. Like, yeah, no, that's fucked up. You're welcome.
Yeah, Zero and Trader Truth would not tolerate that bullshit at all.
Mm-mm.
They Texas Lopes. They don't tolerate that bullshit. So whoever was allowing that shit, they need to be G-checked as well.
I was saying some pretty prolific shit that probably doesn't even happen no more. That's probably some nuance that the new lokes aren't lokes. You know what I mean? Like, the new lokes don't get put on like the old timers. The new lokes, I was like, just travel it up till you find somebody around like Generation X and it's a little older if you don't feel confident. And then I bet you they don't even politic like that no more. You know what I mean? These new motherfuckers have changed it up.
This shit's all fucked up now.
Yeah.
All right, moving along. We're gonna get to the black holes. Like I said, everybody want to be a nigga until it's time to be that nigga. Everybody want our rhythm, but they don't want our blues. So part of our blues was the black holes, the untold evil world of the black holes.
You couldn't make it in a war. In our war.
Hell no.
And that.
This was one of America's darkest histories. Want to know why? Because at this point in time in American society, the Southern legal system had become the #1 instrument of racial oppression, where madness and lawlessness and brutal segregation and unearthly hate were the rule of law. The years 1865 to 1866 were brutal, cold, barbaric. These years were years of prayers for all Black Americans, as Louisiana, Texas, South Carolina, Mississippi, and Florida had all conspired and passed laws that would virtually prohibit all people of color upon their freedom from any work except as field hands. These laws were called the Blacc Codes, or Black Laws. And the only aim of this was slavery, even without chains.
The Blacc Codes were laws passed to control and restrict and constrain the lives of the freed people, essentially rendering them bondsmen again under law.
They make a travesty of the freedom that African Americans have acquired. They are so far from any notion of fairness or freedom that even Northerners who are not egalitarians say these laws are unacceptable. And so Northern Republicans are faced with a dilemma. They don't want to have a big fight with the president, but to accept the idea that Johnson's policy is a success and accept the Blacc Codes, they feel means giving up the victory in the Civil War.
Former slave owners couldn't imagine the idea of bargaining on any kind of basis with former slaves. And they believed that the only way they could continue to grow cotton was to force African Americans to work. They had to find some kind of coercive mechanism.
The simple question here is, has America truly divorced its past in every way? Has American society changed for the better?
An encounter in Central Park, a white woman tells a black bird watcher that if he doesn't stop taping her after he had told her to put her dog on a leash, which was required in that part of the park, she tells him if he doesn't stop taping her, she's going to call the police and tell them that a black man is threatening her life.
Please call the cops.
I'm going to tell them there's an African-American man threatening my life.
Please tell them whatever you like.
What did you see and hear in that tape?
I saw white privilege on full display and the full realization of white people that they can weaponize the police, that the police are their private constabulary, that if they just feel like they're maybe losing an argument, they can call the police. They're going to lead with the race issue because they know that the police will come and view the scene in a very particular way. They know. That's why when white people say, we didn't know, when they see these videos and they say, we didn't know it was this bad and we didn't know, they do know. They know that the state works for them. And they know that the state and law enforcement is embedded with the same narratives that they likely grew up with. And so she tells this black man to his face, she knows she's being videotaped, that she is going to weaponize the New York City Police Department. She's going to weaponize them against him if he doesn't stop filming her.
There is an African-American man. I am in Central Park. He is recording me and threatening myself and my dog.
It's a powerful moment and moment for pause for us to think about the kind of power that we put into the hands of the average white person who believes that they are deputized to control the movements of Black people. This is actually what existed after the Civil War with the creation of Blacc Codes, where Black people could be questioned by any white person and asked to show their papers showing their employment, that some white person employed them, and that therefore they had the right to be on a public road. That's how they used to try to police us after the Civil War. After we were theoretically free from slavery, they created these state codes and city ordinances that controlled our conduct.
Imagine being born into a world where your every move is dictated by the color of your skin, where the simplest actions, such as learning to read or gathering with friends, feeling simply free as a human being should, are punishable by law. What would you do? This was the harsh reality for African Americans in the post-Civil War era. Mary Johnson, a 25-year-old former slave, had thought she'd finally tasted freedom in 1865 when Union troops had marched into Mississippi, declaring the end of the Civil War. Born into slavery in 1865-1840 on a plantation in Yazoo County, Mary had endured the unimaginable, forced labor, separation from her family, and the constant fear of brutality. After emancipation, Mary would set out to build a new life. She would move to Natchez, a bustling town on the Mississippi River, hoping to find some work to do and start anew. In 1866, she would attempt to rent a land to farm, but her dreams were quickly dashed. The local sheriff would arrest her for vagrancy, citing a new law that required all people of color to have a white patron or employer as a prerequisite for any acquisition of such. This was no doubt slavery in return, and the slave code in a different guise now. In the first 2 years after the Civil War, white legislatures had passed black codes modeled after the earlier slave codes. The name Black Codes was given by Negro leaders and the Republican organs, according to historian John S. Reynolds. Black codes were part of a larger pattern of Democrats trying to maintain political dominance and suppress the freedmen, newly emancipated African Americans. They were particularly concerned with controlling the movement and labor of freedmen, as slavery had been replaced by a free labor system. Although freedmen had been emancipated, their lives were severely restricted by the Black Codes. The defining feature of the Black Codes was broad vagrancy law, which allowed local authorities to arrest freed people for minor infractions and commit them to involuntary labor. This period was the start of the convict lease system, also described as Slavery by Another Name by Douglas Blackman, an American writer and a Wall Street Journal reporter who won a Pulitzer Prize in 2009 for his 2008 book of the same title called Slavery by Another Name, The Re-Enslavement of Black Americans from the Civil War to World War II. In his book, Douglas Blackman explores the forced labor of prisoners, overwhelmingly African American men, through the convict lease system used by states, local governments, white farmers, and corporations after the American Civil War until World War II in the southern United States. Blackman argues that slavery in the United States did not end with the Civil War, but instead persisted well into the 20th century. Now, back to Mary Johnson, as Mary was arrested for attempting to rent a land to work on, which she was charged vagrancy for. The struggling woman of color would, however, be fined $50, a staggering amount for a newly freed slave. When she couldn't pay, she was forced to work on a plantation, essentially recreating the very bondage she thought she had escaped. This was just one of many encounters Mary would have with the Black Codes. Throughout 1866 and 1867, Mary would face numerous challenges. She would be arrested again for attending a nighttime gathering, violating the curfew laws. Her children would be forced into apprenticeships with their former slave owners. She would be fined for trying to learn to read, for literacy was seen as a threat to white authority. This was just one of the many ways Black Codes ensnared African Americans, stripping them of slaves. So, what exactly were these Black Codes or laws? The conduct of African Americans, both free and freedmen, enacted by Southern states between 1865 and 1867. These were a series of laws carefully and unkindly designed to restrict the freedom of formerly enslaved people of color. Under the guise of maintaining order and protecting people of color, these laws would effectively recreate the shackles of slavery. Here's how they operated. Number 1, labor contracts. Freed Black Americans were required to sign labor contracts, often under threat of arrest or violence, which bound them to plantations for a year or more. Number 2, vagrancy laws. Freed Black Americans who were unemployed or homeless could be arrested and forced to work on plantations or in chain gangs. Number 3, apprenticeship laws. Children were forced into labor, often with former slave owners, under the guise of apprenticeships. Number 4, land ownership restrictions. Freed Black Americans were prohibited from owning land or were limited in their ability to purchase property. Number 5, marriage and family restrictions. Freedmen's marriages and families were often not recognized, and they were subject to forced separations. Number 6, education restrictions. Freed Black Americans were often prohibited from attending school or receiving education, ensuring African Americans remained ignorant and powerless to a great extent. Number 7, voting restrictions. Freed African Americans were disenfranchised through poll taxes, literacy tests, and grandfather clauses. Number 8, curfews and travel restrictions. African Americans were confined to their homes after dark and needed permission or carried passes to travel. These laws and more were enforced with brutal, merciless efficiency, crushing the dreams of African Americans in general, just like it did Mary Johnson. So, going forward, southern states, the premise behind chattel, and as such, had few or no legal rights. In 1832, James Kent wrote that in most of the United States, there is a distinct and free colored persons of African blood, and in no part of the country do the latter, in point of fact, participate equally with the whites in the exercise of civil and political rights. The slave codes, in their many loosely defined forms, would be seen as effective tools against rebellions and other efforts by enslaved people to gain freedom. Enforcement of slave codes would vary across the South, but corporal punishment and other forms of physical violence were widely and harshly employed. Although black codes existed before the Civil War, and although many northern states had them, the southern U.S. states codified such laws in everyday practice. The best known of these laws were passed by southern states in 1865 and 1866 after the Civil War in order to restrict African Americans' freedom and in order to compel them to work for either low or no wages. After the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863 and the end of the Civil War in 1865, millions of enslaved African Americans were freed. But this did come at a cost, though, as black slaves had fought and won the Civil War for the Union, which was in exchange for the black emancipation as agreed, according to the word of the then president, Abraham Lincoln. However, the emancipation had turned out unreal, masking the death scourge it came with for the people of color who had trusted the very words of Abraham Lincoln. Now, these free people would face significant challenges such as extreme poverty, lack of education, and limited access to land, and maintain their own power and privilege. The first Black Code was enacted in Mississippi in November 1865. Other southern states soon followed, with South Carolina, Louisiana, Alabama, and Florida enacting their own Black Codes in 1865 and 1866. This was born out of nothing short of sheer hateful conspiracy against people of color whom they had considered way less than the humans they are. You may want to see a breakdown on how things went down, and then you can tell us if it was anything short of a conspiracy. Number one, in November 1865, the first Black Code was enacted in Mississippi, aimed at controlling the labor and movement of freed slaves. Number two, a month later in December 1865, South Carolina would pass its own Black Code, requiring freed slaves to sign labor contracts and restricting their ability to own property. Number three, January 1866, which would also be a month later from December since when the last Black Code was passed, and also happens to be the first month of every year. Louisiana, Alabama, and Florida would enact their own Black Codes or laws, with similar provisions to Mississippi and South Carolina. Number four, February 1866, the U.S. Congress would pass the Freedmen's Bureau Bill, which was aimed at protecting the rights of freed slaves. Nah, that wasn't cool to most of them. President Andrew Johnson would, however, veto the bill. Number five,
Okay, it looks like It looks like we're froze again.
March 1866.
It looks like we're froze again, ladies and gentlemen, and with that Denver office. Okay, so we're waiting them to come back on. But this stuff here that Andrew Johnson was doing was pretty much the same thing that you're going to have inaugurated tomorrow. Oh, there you are.
Yeah, you came in at the middle of the video, but yeah, they did mention the North. They did mention the North, but the Blacks were mainly restricted to the South, and it was going to each state that came up with them.
Right. California was one of them too.
Well, California wasn't a slave state. They're talking about the slave states that enacted the Black codes.
When California has its own version of Black codes as well too.
Yeah, they adopted from the South, Shabaka, but California itself didn't come up with no Black codes. They copied what was happening in the South because California was supposed to be a free territory, just like Colorado, Kansas, etc.
Right, but let me see. A few years ago, Jay Dizzle and I think Sister Ashe, I don't know if it was on Shabaka's Black Experience or Hansonet or Blackistan, but we had talked about of how our people was mistreated even when they came west, because in the state of Oregon, the only thing a Black person could do, he could stay there as long as that he was working. You see what I mean?
Yeah, and they kept Black people from owning property there till like 1909.
Yeah, that part right there. You see? This here supports my premise of why I identify as a diasporic African. Because believe me, as we already know, this country don't like us. They didn't like us then. They don't like us now.
Yeah, but then it goes against the premise, because when you say you're a diasporic African, what does that really mean? That you're from everywhere?
What
does
No, sir. Okay, my definition of diasporic means spread out, with the port of origin being the continent of Kibalan.
Okay, so you're spread out from Africa, but you don't know where you're from in Africa. There was no country named Africa. There was no continent really named Africa until after Scorpio Africanus.
The proper name, okay, no, but the proper name of the continent is Alkebalan. See, anything that these Romans and these Greeks say really is to be discarded. But once again, as I stated before, and I'm going to get with him, and unfortunately, we couldn't have him as a guest, is the one and only Dr. Ashwa Kwesi. You know, yeah, Dr. Kwesi, you know, he's heavy. And then also, too, man, I'm still having a hell of a time downloading our episodes on this terabyte. You know, I was going good for a minute, man, you know what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden, I started going into a bunch of glitches, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so there's like 15 more minutes left of this video, Shabaka. I just paused it.
Let's see what he's working with.
I kicked out the studio.
Yeah.
States who dominated the state legislatures. These individuals aimed to restrict the rights and freedoms of African Americans and maintain their own power and privilege. The first Black Code was enacted in Mississippi in November 1865. Other southern states soon followed, with South Carolina, Louisiana, Alabama, and Florida enacting their own Black codes in 1865 and 1866. This was born out of nothing short of sheer hateful conspiracy against people of color whom they had considered way less than the humans they are. You may want to see a breakdown on how things went down, and then you can tell us if it was anything short of a conspiracy. Number one, in November 1865, the first Black Code was enacted in Mississippi, aimed at controlling the labor and movement of freed slaves. Number 2, a month later in December 1865, South Carolina would pass its own Black Code, requiring freed slaves to sign labor contracts and restricting their ability to own property. Number 3, January 1866, which would also be a month later from December, since when the last Black Code was passed, and would enact their own Black codes or laws with similar provisions to Mississippi and South Carolina. Number 4, February 1866, the U.S. Congress would pass the Freedmen's Bureau Bill, which was in March 1866. The Civil Rights Act of 1866 would be passed, granting citizenship to freed slaves and protecting their civil rights. However, the act does not address labor restrictions or property ownership. So what's the use of a citizenship with labor restrictions and without property ownership? Let us move forward. Number 6, April 1866. The U.S. Army would begin to intervene in southern states to enforce the Civil Rights Act and protect freed slaves from Black Code and law provisions. This apparently was forcibly carried out by the U.S. soldiers and collective who, after seeing all the priceless work sacrificed by the people of color for the United States during the wars, couldn't perhaps just help sitting back to watch these shaming misfortunes unfold. Number 7, 1866 to 1867. Many southern states would revise or repeal their Black laws and codes in response to federal pressure and the Reconstruction Amendments, 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. Number 8, in 1868, the U.S. Congress would pass the Reconstruction Acts, dividing the South into military districts and requiring new state constitutions to be drafted. Number 9, 1870. The 15th Amendment is ratified, granting voting rights to African American men. Number 10, 1877. The Compromise of 1877 leads to the withdrawal of federal troops from southern states, allowing for the resurgence of white supremacist governments and the eventual disenfranchisement of African Americans. Some notable figures involved in the creation and colonies and states had passed laws that discriminated against free Blacks. In the South, these were generally included in slave codes. The goal was to suppress the influence of free Blacks, particularly after slave rebellions, because of their potential influence on slaves. Free men of color were denied the vote in the North Carolina Constitutional Convention of 1835. Restrictions included bearing arms, gathering in groups for worship, and learning to read and write. The purpose of these laws was to preserve slavery in slave societies. Black codes, restrictive laws designed to limit the freedom of African Americans and ensure their availability as a cheap labor force after slavery, would be abolished during the Civil War. Although the Union's victory had given some 4 million enslaved people of color their freedom, the question of freed Black people's status in the post-war South was still very much unresolved. Under Black codes, many states would require that people of color should sign yearly labor contracts. If they refused, they risked being arrested, fined, and forced into unpaid labor. These Black codes and laws, though varying from state to state, were all intended to secure a steady supply of cheap labor, and all continued to assume the racial and social inferiority of formerly enslaved people. There were vagrancy laws that declared a Black person to be vagrant if unemployed and without permanent residence. A person so defined could be arrested, fined, and bound out for a term of labor if unable to pay the fine. Portions of a vagrancy law enacted by the state legislature of Mississippi in 1865 provides an example.
Section 2. Be it further enacted that all freedmen, free Negroes, and mulattoes in this state the age of 18 years, found on the second Monday in January 1866.
Hmm. Looks like we're having some technical difficulties.
General County per Monday in January 1866 or thereafter, with no lawful employment or business, or found unlawfully assembling themselves together, either in the day or night time, and all white persons so assembling with freedmen, free Negroes, or mulattoes, or usually associating with freedmen, free Negroes, or mulattoes on terms of equality, or living in adultery or fornication with a freedwoman, free Negro, or mulatto shall be deemed vagrants, and on conviction thereof shall be fined in the sum of not exceeding, in the case of a freedman, free Negro, or mulatto, $150, and a white man, $200, and imprisoned at the discretion of the court, the free Negro not exceeding 10 days, and the white man not exceeding 2 months. Section 5. Be it further enacted that all fines and forfeitures collected under the provisions of this act shall be paid into the county treasury for general county purposes. And in case any freedman, free Negro, or mulatto shall fail for 5 days after the imposition of any fine or forfeiture upon him or her for violation of any of the provisions of this act to pay the same, that it shall be, and is hereby made, the duty of the sheriff of the proper county to hire out said freedman, free Negro, or mulatto to any person who will, for the shortest period of service, pay said fine or forfeiture, and all.
Formerly enslaved people were forbidden to carry firearms, and they were not allowed to testify in court, except in cases concerning other black people like they are. Legal marriage between African Americans was provided for, but interracial marriage was prohibited. Outrage over black codes would help undermine support for President Andrew Johnson and the Republican Party. When President Abraham Lincoln announced the impending passage of the Emancipation Proclamation in early 1863, the stakes of the Civil War shifted dramatically. A Union victory would mean no less than revolution in the South, where the peculiar institution of slavery had dominated economic, political, and social life in the antebellum years. In April 1865, as the war drew to a close, Lincoln shocked many by proposing limited suffrage for African Americans in the South. He was assassinated days later, however, and his successor, Andrew Johnson, would be the one to preside over the beginning of Reconstruction. Johnson, a former senator from Tennessee who had remained loyal to the Union during the war, was a firm supporter of states' rights and believed the federal government had no say in issues such as voting requirements at the state level. Under his Reconstruction policies, which had begun in May 1865, the former Confederate states were required to uphold the abolition of slavery, made official by the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, swear loyalty to the Union, and pay off their war debt. Beyond those limitations, the states and their ruling class, traditionally dominated by white planters, were given a relatively free hand in rebuilding their own governments. Even as formerly enslaved people fought to assert their independence and gain economic autonomy during the earliest years of Reconstruction, white landowners had acted to gain control over the labor force. This they did through a system similar to the one that had existed during the slave era. In late 1865, Mississippi, and South Carolina had enacted the first occupation other than farmer or servant unless they paid an annual tax of $10 to $100. This provision would hit the free people of color already living in Charleston and former slaves especially very hard. In states, Black people were given heavy penalties for vagrancy, including forced plantation labor in some cases. Under Johnson's Reconstruction policies, nearly all the Southern states would enact their own Black codes in 1865 and 1866. While the codes granted certain freedoms to African Americans, including the right to buy and own property, marry, make contracts, and testify in court, this was only valid when it came to cases involving only people of their own race. Their primary purpose was to restrict Black people's labor and activity. Some states would go on to limit the type of property that Black people could own, while virtually all the former Confederate states would pass strict vagrancy and labor contract laws, as well as so-called anti-enticement measures designed to punish anyone who offered higher wages to a Black laborer already under contract. Here's an image of a free Black man whose labor is being auctioned in Monticello, Florida in 1867. According to the Black codes in Florida at that time, a Black person who was unable to pay a fine or was found to have broken a contract could have their labor sold for a period of time. The result was, in effect, the enslavement of that person, and the manner in which they were sold, as depicted in this illustration, resembled auctions of enslaved people prior to the Civil War. Black people who broke labor contracts were subject to arrest, beating, and forced labor, and apprenticeship laws would force many minors, either orphans or those whose parents were deemed unable to support them by a judge, into unpaid labor for white planters. This was, in fact, slavery in a different coat, passed by a political system in which Black people effectively had no voice. The Black codes were enforced by all white police and state militia forces, often made up of Confederate veterans of the Civil War across the South. Let us have a look at the impact of the so-called Black codes. The restrictive nature of the codes and widespread Black resistance to their enforcement enraged many in the North, who argued that the codes violated the fundamental principles of free labor ideology. After passing the Civil Rights Act over Johnson's veto, Republicans in Congress did effectively take control of Reconstruction. The Reconstruction Act of 1867 required Southern states to ratify the 14th Amendment, which granted equal protection of the Constitution to former enslaved people, and enact universal male suffrage before they could rejoin the Union. The 15th Amendment, adopted in 1870, guaranteed that a citizen's right to vote would not be denied on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. During this period of radical Reconstruction, between 1867 and 77, Black men did win election to Southern state governments and even to the U.S. Congress. As indicated by the passage of the Black codes, however, white Southerners showed a steadfast commitment to ensuring their supremacy and the survival of plantation agriculture in the post-war years. Support for Reconstruction policies would wane after the early 1870s, undermined by the violence of white supremacist organizations such as the Ku Klux Klan. And did you know that in the years following Reconstruction, the South did reestablish many of the provisions of the Black codes in the form of what you know to be Jim Crow laws? It was Northern reaction to the Black codes, as well as to the Memphis mass killing and the New Orleans mass killing, both of which were attacks by white mobs on Black residents of those cities in 1866, that helped produce radical Reconstruction from 1867 to 1877, and the 14th and 15th Amendments to the U.S. Constitution. The Freedmen's Bureau, created in 1865, was another effort by the federal government to help formerly enslaved people. Reconstruction did do away with the Black codes, but after Reconstruction ended in 1877, many of their provisions would be reenacted by Southern states through Jim Crow laws. This could be likened to some undying plague, like some kind of metamorphosis of some plague, morphing from one form to the other, instead of being eradicated once and for all. Only this was not a plague born of some environmental pollution or bacteria. This was some plague born of the human mind, a mind filled up with indoctrination of racial hate, jealousy, wickedness, and all manner of ill will towards the other.
Yeah, they call them white Americans.
When the last federal soldiers left the South and Reconstruction drew to a close, Black Americans had seen little improvement in their economic and social status, and the vigorous efforts of white supremacist forces throughout the region had undone the political gains they had made. Discrimination would continue in America with the rise of Jim Crow laws. These would remain firmly in place for almost a century, but on the long run would inspire the civil rights movement to come, which, when it did, had abolished these backward, ill-bred, depraved laws by the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1963-1964. In closing, the Black Codes represent a painful chapter in American history, highlighting the ongoing struggle for racial equality and justice. By uncovering this dark history of Black codes or laws, enacted only for the sheer oppression, repression, derogation, and dehumanization of the people of color, we can better understand the ongoing struggle for racial equality and justice for so long now in America. That brings us to the end of yet another thought-provoking video segment. Did you happen to learn a thing or
Okay, Brother Che, you there?
Damn. Yeah, I'm here, Shabak. It's a damn StreamYard.
Yeah.
This just reaffirmed everything I've been saying. I didn't really on the video. It just reaffirmed what I've been saying. Like, this applied to freedmen. This didn't apply to African diasporic because they wasn't even letting Africans in here like that back then. This was specifically for freedmen. These laws were specifically for freedmen. They were catered and geared and directed toward freedmen. That's what we are. We are descendants of freedmen.
Well, only thing I could say about that is this, is that if you was in the South at that time, you know, you were subjugated to it. Even Kamala Harris, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Shabaka, that's true. But you make it seem like there was large numbers of African immigrants here, or African diasporic immigrants here. There wasn't the case at all. This is specifically catered to our ancestors, the freedmen. Like, my people are from South Carolina, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, the Carolinas, Virginia, Maryland. That's my direct lineage. I don't have no direct lineage to Africa. My direct lineage is right here in the United States of America.
Okay, but even still though, Brother Che, we had those, you know, who were imported here through the slave markets of New Orleans and Charleston, South Carolina, and Annapolis, Maryland, which is the largest ports of entry.
I know that. Clearly
got here.
From that, I descend from that. That's where I descend from.
And New Orleans.
Go ahead.
And then, according to Sister Akshita, she was saying is that they had used Mobile, Alabama, as a point of entry too.
Yes, Shabaka, I was telling you that.
Yeah, and but your main one for
Galveston, Texas.
Austin. Yeah, oh, okay. I didn't know that about Galveston, Texas. Okay. But I do know that Baltimore, wait a minute. Annapolis, Maryland was one. Charleston, South Carolina was definitely one. That's why I can't stand that raggedy ass broad. What was her name? The senator from there, Nikki Haley.
Yeah.
And then of course there was a city down there in Florida too. I think it was St. Petersburg. But you got to keep in mind is that Florida was a Spanish St. Augustine.
St. Augustine. That was the first freedmen city in Florida. It was founded by freedmen.
Okay, now there's something else about Florida. I'm trying to remember the city. I think it was Rosewood, like what they did to Rosewood, like what they did with Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Yes, but the Rosewood came later though. St. Augustine was the first.
Outside of massacre in Okoto.
Okay, all right, let me see. Okay, the cities in Florida I went through were Pensacola, Tampa, and St. Petersburg. Yeah.
St. Augustine, Shabaka.
Shabaka, you understand your people come from what? Alabama, right?
So that would make
Alabama, and also too, we just got word because my family and I was talking about it. Alabama and Tennessee.
So you're a freedman. Just based off of that alone, you're a freedman.
Right. So you're, yeah. There you go.
No, but my ancestors slaved in Alabama. That's for damn sure.
True.
That makes you a freedman.
That makes you fucking qualify for child reparations.
That makes me a diasporic African. Period. Is because, as I said, in the era for me that I've came up in, the era.
We're not in that era no more, Shabaka. We're in
but sir, you got to remember the past so you don't repeat the same mistakes.
Don't remember the past. We're here now. If you want reparations, if you want to qualify for reparations, Shabaka, you cannot identify as no diasporic African. That's not gonna fly. You gotta.
Okay, well, actually, Brother Che, all right, I honestly believe that the reparations will come in your lifetime, not mine. It's because they're going to keep dragging it for about at least another 40 to 50 years, in my opinion.
Shabaka, if we had this mentality, we would never got off the plantation.
Wait, just ask this question. Did any of his people come off of a ship or anything? Like any port that he knows of?
You know of your people coming off of port. Which one?
Yeah.
Which one?
South Carolina.
Okay, that's where my people
and Mobile, Alabama. And the theory being on that is because with us being close to Montgomery.
Yeah, but wait.
All right, so looking back.
Bill.
So what ships would have came off?
So which ships? Do you even know the ships that they came off?
We have to pull up that sister's video that she did where she had went over the ship's logs. I think she did it in England. I don't know if she did it in England or if she did it here, but she did go up there and she did pull off ship's logs with the cargo when they had left and when they came back. Because you got to keep in mind, when the slave ship left to go get slaves, the voyage was like about 2 or 3 years. So long to get there, so much time to gather the slaves. Then so much time to put them in the coffles, then to bag them and tag them, as they say, and then to make the journey back across the Atlantic.
It was 3 months, Shabaka. It was 3 months there and back.
This is my theory. I basically think that that's where you're getting caught up at on the diasporic part and the African part, right? Just based off of just program learning that we all were programmed at some point.
No, I don't deal with program learnings, Lady Che.
Just listen.
That's why I dropped out of high school and graduated college.
It is programming, though.
Chewbacca, that's not what I mean. That's not what I mean, Chewbacca. I apologize if that's what you thought I meant. That's not what I meant, Chewbacca. Not at all. Not even a little bit. Somebody in the family, grandmama, great grandmama, and uncle probably said, "Look, we came off a boat from this direction." So that's probably why you're thinking diasporic, because in the whole.
Can I ask you this question?
Everywhere. They took them from everywhere, mixed them around everywhere. So
can I ask you this question?
My theory. Yeah.
Okay. Can I ask you this question?
Yes, sir.
If I may.
Yes,
okay. To me, now this is just me. Now this is an opinion. Okay.
Yes.
It seems to me that when our people sit up there, want to identify as Americans and have lineage to raping, slave trading pedophiles like Jefferson, George Washington, James Monroe, to me, now this is just me, okay? To me, that's a form of self-hatred.
How is it safe self-hatred if you're acknowledging your lineage? That don't make no sense. You don't. You don't tell that to nobody else. You don't tell that to the damn European that acknowledges their
Oh,
phone.
yes, I do. You witnessed me do it on our podcast.
No, you don't tell that to the
Yeah.
Asian. You don't tell that to the so-called Native American. You don't tell them that. Go ahead.
Well, like I said, when I passed the Indian reservation, the first question that came to me was, why did your people help the white man go against my people? That was their first question. They didn't say you look like us. They didn't say, are you Native American? They asked me straight out, and this is a direct question, and I quote them, why did your people help the white man against my people?
And I quote them, you should have asked them, why did you allow them to enslave my people? They enslaved our people. Those same tribes that you're talking about. Yes,
Well, what I should have asked them was, is that why, when you saw these stinking, nasty motherfuckers, why did you all sit there and feed them and show them how to farm the land?
We ain't seen none. We ain't even finished goodbye, Uncle Tom.
Okay, I get it, Chewbacca. Well, I get it. I understand now what's happening, and that's not. It's just a mere misunderstanding of something that you have to actually learn. You know what I mean? Because you know what you know, right? But the information has changed, and it hasn't caught, and they haven't caught you up to it. You did, to where you're changing with
Okay,
it.
specify that the information has changed, Lady J.
Changed. Like, look, check it out. Like, just hear me out, Chewbacca. You know, when we go see brother Elia and sister Ashita, and they say not to say the word black or call ourselves black anymore, right?
Well,
You know?
I unfriended Elia. I don't interact with Elia.
Okay, but you hear that right there. You heard that right there, right, on their platform, right? And so there's a reason why they say that, right? And that's their understanding, correct?
Yes.
So right now we're on a nuanced understanding because of slavery, and that is ingrained in us, and whatever we were taught or lied to or learned about or didn't learn, we're now learning and trying to gatekeep whatever's left of it because they want to erase it. And yeah, you're right. Who would want to connect ourselves to some fucking slaver? You're a motherfucking European that captured and did all that shit. You're right, Chewbacca. You're absolutely fucking right. However,
I mean, but Lady Che,
to give you credit,
who is this European? Okay, now let me ask you this question. Now this is for the sake of conversation, not to get into shopping matches and all of that.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
what
yeah.
I'm saying is, but what makes this European? Okay, but Lady Che, with the imitation of life, what makes this European feel that he is so much superior than everybody else when a nasty, stinking motherfucker came from a continent infested with rats?
I don't think we knew that at
It's
that
not even
time
a continent, but okay.
when they took us. You know what I mean? Well, however it means they took us.
I mean, but what I'm just saying is, where does the European get off thinking that he's so superior of everybody else? I mean, look what's getting ready to happen in less than 12 hours.
Is that right?
Yeah.
That's probably what it was.
I mean, okay, so look what's getting ready to happen in less than 12 hours.
Chewbacca,
Okay.
are you gonna ask a question or are you gonna keep talking?
Chewbacca, I'm learning too. You know, I got it way worse than you. I have it way worse than you. I had to start from nothing and just piece it together. So I'm learning what I'm learning now, and I'm trying to trace it. You know, trace the little leaves to wherever, and I'm learning all kinds of things too. And I feel like I've been lied to and misled just off of what I learned from the little bit of school, and just the basic general knowledge of fucking slavery and chattel slavery, for example. Not to mention all this other shit that we do know, like the black codes and whatnot. I'm feeling like I got totally fucking lied to, and race and white supremacy was all left in.
Lady Che.
You did? They did.
Well, what was you lied to about?
Well,
What
first of
lie
all,
was you told?
black people in my family, right? And that they had to mark they had to check white, and they had to come in through Mexico, right? They had to come in through Mexico, and I have a running theory right now. So I'm trying to trace this theory, just to trace the theory, right? Just because I want to, because there's a block of time and space of time that's missing, because they're trying to erase it. You dig? If it wasn't for watching Twan B the other night when I was forced to do it,
Yeah.
I would have never learned about the intra shit that happened inside the United States.
Yeah, they don't want us to
I would have
acknowledge
never learned about that, and that took me on
the
like
Aboriginal
a 7
African
hour
presence
fucking
already
article
here.
reading.
They've been trying to erase that shit for centuries.
Right. So all this stuff that we're
Well,
learning.
like I said, I'm not doubting your wisdom, but I'm just saying is when I crossed the Little Bighorn, once again,
that's one tribe.
They said, why did your people help the white man against mine? They didn't say, hey, welcome, Native American or fellow Native American. They were straight grilling me on why our people helped their people against the white man. And I just told them the slave only knew what the master taught him. That's all.
Sabaka, we're not going to get nowhere if we just keep repeating ourselves. That's the problem right there. We just keep repeating ourselves and we're not getting nowhere. Look, there's like 500 or something federally recognized tribes. You came in contact with one out of 500 and something.
And it probably wasn't even a black one.
And it wasn't even a black tribe. There were black tribes, Shabaka. You got to come to grips with that. There were literally black tribes.
Well, I doubt it, man. I got my doubts, man. I can't see it, brother. But like I said, maybe that's probably the era that I came up in, just like y'all can't see the era. Or you might could ask General Sekou because he's my older. Say, you can't see the era, man, where the police will just pull you over with no probable cause and pull you out the car and kill you.
Y'all think y'all the only ones that's lived through that. We've lived it too. The generations after you are still living the same shit. Y'all act like something done changed. Ain't nothing changed.
I never said that anything did change, Brother Che. I never said that anything did change.
You just said that the era that you grew up in, we wouldn't understand because we didn't go through that. And we're still going through it right now.
Okay, but what had happened is that the generations after mine, when they came with that rap music, they said that was a huge detriment to us.
Martha, don't be an old head. That's the same thing that the generations before you said about rock and roll, about jazz, about bebop, about swing, about all of the genres, R&B, all of that. They said the same thing.
Look, I kind of respect it. Shabaka, I respect it because at least you can say you're blessed to have family and a fucking family Bible to look at to know what your people look like. At least a couple of fucking generations. I have not that information. That shit was fucking hidden and lied. I mean, not lied, but just taken away and given to me in pieces whenever they felt like it. Until I got to this motherfucking age, and I had to do something, like just because out of curiosity, because I didn't have the balls to go and ask my parents. It's a lie, because that person told me it was none of my motherfucking business.
Well, the only thing I remember that one of the most profound memories of my mind is when Dr. King got killed, you say. And when I think you had over 100 riots at that time, the night Dr. King got killed. And so then they, came up with that Congressional Black Caucus that really was a joke. Oh, and I finally got that episode, Brother Che, on the terabyte.
And why was it
the
a
one
joke?
we did about the
They were still going under that same philosophy that y'all grew up under, that we all Africans. We all Africans in the struggle. We need to do for the Africans.
Well, let me put it to you like this here, man. I'm going to make myself perfectly clear. Okay? If I see one of these white motherfuckers, man, laying out there need a blood transfusion, I would take great pleasure in watching them die.
Okay.
And that's just me.
I wouldn't give them a blood transfusion either.
I wouldn't either shit about that. I wouldn't pee on him. I wouldn't give him shit. If I could give him smallpox blankets, I would have.
So getting back to this.
And then
They see us
Yeah.
as one big nigga, but the diaspora don't see us as one big nigga. They not on
Because that's due to
Shabaka,
neo-colonialism.
you're always going to say neocolonialism, 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 neocolonialism. We get it. It's neocolonialism. That doesn't negate the fact that they still are off code, and they need to be checked.
Sir. Okay, sir. Only thing I know is this. If we do not unify on a worldwide basis, man, within the next 2 to 3 years, they're going to be taking us, man, and putting us out in the middle of this desert, killing us, just like what Hitler did to the Jewish people. And I'm very, very afraid of that. Because that there is a very, very real possibility.
We've been hearing that for decades, Shabaka. Now, look.
I'm just hoping I'm wrong.
We can't come to no unity when we have people off code. We got people off code in our own lineage. So you're trying to come to...
Well, that's your Cory Bookers, your Maxine Waters. I agree with you on that. You know, your Obamas.
Well, no, Osamba is not from the same lineage. That's the problem, Shabaka. That's the problem with the people from your era with that thought process, because y'all think that just because they're black on the surface, that they black like you and they share the same lineage. They don't.
Well, you see, but what it is though is that's once again neo-colonialism. That's why I posted that thing up there about Idi Amin. I tagged you in it. When Idi Amin.
Sambo was born in the United States. He wasn't born in Africa. He was born here in the United States. That has nothing
he was born in Hawaii.
Shabaka, that's still the United States.
Okay, now let me give you this scenario. Okay, let's say, man, you got a couple from Nigeria. Okay,
they don't care about that.
Okay, please hear me out, brother Che. Please hear me out. Please hear me out. Okay, you got a couple that come here from Nigeria. They have a child here in the U.S. Okay, now are they going to call this child an indigenous American?
No.
Are they going to call this child African American? Are they going to call this child Nigerian?
They're going to call it Nigerian Americans, Shabaka. That's what they're going to call it. That's what they're going to call it.
What is an American?
The original copper-colored people that made up this landmass before the Caucasoid rape and slave and pedophile got here. That's an American. Look it up. 1828 definition of American. Copper-colored persons. The Aboriginal people, the original people that called this land home. That's who the Americans are originally.
Okay, now what is now hold on now. What is a Native American?
The same thing, Shabaka.
They look like you.
Now, hold on a second. I was in Colorado, right? And I was speaking to this dude, man, of a descendant of a so-called American Indian, okay? And I asked him if he was Native American. And he had stated to me to refer to him as a Native American as an insult. And I says, oh, you know, and my mouth fell open. I says, how so? Because he said the term Native American is what these white boys had called themselves that were born in the U.S. So it was mainly the Caucasian.
Now.
I says, well, man, I didn't know that. So I told dude, I said, hey, man, I didn't know that. You see?
Now, Shabaka, now, that wasn't always the case. That's why I said 1828. Look at the definition of American. It's not what Webster is saying it is today. And then you brought up the Nigerian. We're the only country, or one of a few countries that have a birthright citizenship. And Trump is trying to do away with that because we're tired of this goddamn anchor babies. We got all these goddamn anchor babies running around here getting the benefits that our ancestors fought and died for, Shabaka, the freedmen. Not diasporic Africans. Not Africans are the diaspora freedmen. The people that were freed after the Civil War, that fought and died for their freedom during the Civil War, those people, that's who we descend from. Those people, those rights were for them. That's why that video they was telling you, look, the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendments, those were specifically for us. The so-called civil rights movement. 60s.
Okay, now.
I'm not done, Shabaka. The so-called civil rights movement of the 60s, that was supposed to be specifically for us. Dr. Claude Anderson has talked about this on numerous occasions. That was supposed to be corrective action for what happened in Reconstruction. That didn't pertain to no other group. No other group.
Now, you know what messed that up there too, don't you? And think this no good bastard in California by the name of Ward Connolly. Are you familiar with the Al-Mbaki decision?
Vaguely.
Okay, the Al-Mbaki decision was, it was in California. Okay, so Baki, he tried to enroll into, it was either UC Santa Cruz or UC Berkeley, I forgot which, right? So what he did was that he had challenged the affirmative action laws, okay? And what had happened was California had ruled in, hold on a second, wait a minute. Hold on, Brother Che, I'm gonna pull it up because it was really complicated. Okay, Baki decision, wait a minute. Okay. Baki decision of, okay, here you go, Brother Che. Baki decision on affirmative action. Okay, now they got all this other shit up here. Okay, damn. Woo, okay. All right. Okay, so this here, okay, Regents of the University of California versus Baki, okay. This here was argued October 12, 1977, and it was decided on June 28, 1978. Okay, Regents of the University of California versus Alan Baki. Then the citations, this, that, there, whatever. Okay, prior certiorari of the Supreme Court of California, Baki versus Board of Regents, stay granted. Okay. Baki was ordered admitted to the University of California at Davis, which is near Sacramento, medical school, and the school's practices of reserving 16 seats for minority students who were struck down. The Supreme Court of California reversed insofar as it forbade the university from taking race into account for admissions. Okay. And
okay, so what does this pertain to? What's the point of this?
Okay, the point is, okay, but the point is what I'm getting on too, Brother Che, is that this country does not give a damn about us, man, is to sum it all up, you know. And then Ward Connolly, who was a regent on the board of he was a regent at the University of California. He had tried to pass an initiative in California, man, that failed, was to get rid of all the affirmative action codes, you say, in California, but it failed. It crashed, you say.
Okay, but Shabaka.
And Ward Connolly, he had got caught up in some shit too, as well, but fuck Ward Connolly.
Okay, so your point is they don't care about us. Look, affirmative action never benefited us in the first place. Affirmative action.
I know. The main benefactors was white women, which you are correct.
Yes, Shabaka. And minorities. And Dr. Claude Anderson is always telling us this. And Dr. Claude Anderson is in his 90s, Shabaka. He's your elder. He's Sekou.
Damn, he's that old? Damn. I didn't know he was in his 90s. Dude looks good for 90.
He's your elder. He's Sekou's elder. He's older than both of y'all. And he's been, for the longest amount of time, that shit don't benefit us. It had nothing to do with it. Initially, it was supposed to be a benefit for us. It was supposed to be corrective action for freedmen. Not diasporic Africans, not people of color, not minorities, but freedmen. They changed the language to minorities. And this is why white and LGBTQ and Latinos and Asians were all benefiting from it.
Except us.
Right, just like the crown.
Yeah. And then that LGBT shit, man, that shit there is crazy. Oh, by the way, man, that link that I sent you in the chat room, man, yeah, it's all machine language.
Yeah, I gathered that, Shabaka, when you
Yeah, it's all machine language. Yeah.
Cool.
All right, Shabaka. All right, so what are your closing thoughts? What are your
my closing thoughts on this one's right here is that we need to get out here, man, and build us up some goddamn businesses, man, pretty damn quick. And what I mean by that is, man, is within the next couple of years, man, to start putting our own people to work, man, and fuck these other groups.
Shabaka, we already have businesses. What are we gonna do to stop them from being sabotaged? It's just like saying, it's just like saying we need to rebuild Black Wall Street. What are we gonna do to keep it from getting sabotaged and burned down to the ground again?
Okay. Well, then you have to go to the Second Amendment. You have to form a militia. And that'll get struck down in the U.S. Supreme Courts as well, too, because they'll have those kumbaya motherfuckers up there to be the main ones to speak against it. Say, the chain is no longer on our body, Brother Che. The chain is on our goddamn brains. You see what I mean? Not you and me personally, but I'm talking about, on a collective basis. Like your Cory Bookers, your Tim Scotts, Kamala, you know what I'm saying? Them motherfuckers is dangerous.
Kamala's not us. Yeah, I agree. She's dangerous because she thinks she's one of us, but she's not. She's not one of us.
I'm not gonna do that specifically for Black people. No. So now, how do we go to countermand that kind of shit?
That woman is not of our lineage. That's how we gonna shit.
Okay, but Brother Che, but what I'm just saying is, rather if it's Kamala or not, you got so many brain dead Negroes that believe that same bullshit. But how can we countermand that?
By educating our people.
Okay.
By deprogramming our people. By doing what we're doing here. Actually having these dialogues and these discussions.
I had to be purged of all that motherfucking biracial conversation, all that shit that was complicating myself. And I had purged myself of a really good understanding about racism within my family, within my mother, right? Really, really come to an understanding about this. And I had to kick all that shit out, and all of it out, and then reprogram myself. And then, let that shit take effect. Because we're at war. We don't have the time to afford to disqualify, just to qualify. We don't have time we don't have time anymore. We got to be serious, like right now. And everything's changing, and I dig it. I can dig what you're talking about, Sparky. Because I had to start from nothing. Zero. Nothing. Not a motherfucking relative. I have no living relatives. Except for a fucking half brother. You think? So no living blood relatives. They can tell me anything. I'm like, it's like blind. And the places you think that they should have the answers, don't have the answers. And the things that you don't want to do, you're gonna end up having to do. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to take that. I don't want to have to do the 23andMe shit. I don't want to. I don't want to because it's a fucking joke to me. And who knows if any of it is really true at the end of the fucking day. Right. You know what I mean? Because there's no fucking proof. There's not too much proof for me. You think? Like there's pictures here and there, and if you look at them, you can see me in those pictures. Mm-hmm. You dig? Few and far between. Like we'll talk about 22 altogether out of 72 people. You dig? That's 200 years so far.
Well, in regard to your situation, Lady Che, I'd all respect for you. I just don't know what to say on that.
It's worse. It's worse because of my fucking ambiguous looks. It's even fucking worse. So the fact that I'm fair skinned with ambiguous looks is fucking it's harder. So just be blessed that you lived this long and you got all the knowledge you got, and at least you have something to look at for a couple of generations, so you know where you came from. You know where you started. Just be thankful for that, because all the work is done now. All you gotta do is wait till California and go do it. Take your little book, take your paperwork, and go. That's it. That's all you gotta do.
Go to California for what, Lady Che? I'm done with California.
Hey, here, you gotta get closer because you're like way over there.
California, when California does pass reparations, you will have to show up. You know what I mean?
Well, I doubt if I'll see it in my lifetime, Lady Che, because me and some family members discussed that. Is because, see, what they're going to keep doing there in the California state legislature on that issue, they're going to keep dragging their feet on it. And just like old Gruesome Newsom is going to sit up there and say, well, you know, we're just going to issue an apology and all that. But like you said, if we control some goddamn economical factors and some businesses and shit like that, you see what I mean? That they'll definitely rattle his goddamn cage, you see, and he'll get his fucking mind right. You know, that's the only way to get his mind right. You see what I mean?
So, Bucky, you need to be worried about who's going to take Gruesome Newsom's spots. Gruesome Newsom has only got a year left in office. And this is going to be a
Gruesome Newsom is up for re-election next year.
No, he's not. We already went over this. He's not up for re-election. He's termed out.
Wait a minute. Yeah, he's termed out. Yeah, because I remember when California passed that law on the term limits. That was in 1990s. Yeah.
Yeah, he's termed out. So no, you don't got to worry about him no more. You need to be worried about who come after him.
Yeah. Well, see, I'm no longer a resident of California.
It don't matter, Shabaka. You lived in California. You have records that show that you lived in California.
Yeah, plenty of records.
Yeah, arrest records, you know, school records, you know.
I got records. I'm from California. You hear me? That's where I gotta take all my fucking paperwork and all my little tests and everything I got to trace it and to show them that I qualify for like a third or fifth or fucking half or fucking sure if I want to do that. If I'm on a different mission with my shit, completely different. However, that's what I would have to do too. And I'm more
well, I'm just hoping I'm around, you know, when I see it because
perk up, baby.
Because
Shabaka, if we had this stop process, getting off the plantation, we never would have got off the plantation.
Come on, man.
There were people that was like, we would never get out of slavery.
Stand up straight,
we would never get out of Jim Crow. We would never get out of segregation.
Black Panthers are defeated. Warriors. Let's move along.
Well, the point is this, and I'm going to emphasize this, is that we got to do for ourselves, just like what I was telling David Frost in that news clip before he went to the Rumble in the Jungle.
Did Muhammad Ali get defeated?
Nope.
Was he defeated mentally?
Nope.
Nope. Did he quit?
Nope.
Did Muhammad Ali fight?
Yep.
There you have it, Shabaka. Channel that energy when you feel down.
Okay, Lady Che, you forget, I was alive during Ali's era, okay?
Majorly disappointed, Shabaka, to hear you feel so defeated, like you're not going to be around, right?
No. I'm looking at the law of biophysics, okay? Of biophysics.
Don't think like that, Shabaka.
You speak it into the universe.
Don't speak it. You know,
Sir. Whatever's born is gonna die, just off the law of biophysics.
Yes,
that's all I'm saying. I mean, you know, ain't nobody gonna live forever. Shit, you know.
Man,
and who would want to live forever at 100 years old? Can you imagine seeing somebody 100 years old?
Not in this current climate.
No, not currently, no.
Especially if it gets really ugly, you know. But that's the second point. What's the next one?
TikTok.
There you go. I had to move it
Oh,
along.
by the way, yeah, and you know TikTok is done, right? Yeah, is that one of the subjects tonight?
Yes, Shabaki. You missed the whole.
Yeah.
So you be missing all kinds of stuff, but yeah, the next topic is yes, the TikTok. So I just want to end with this with the black holes. The black holes specifically pertain to FBA, Foundational Black American Citizens, American Child Slavery Freedmen. That is our experience in this country. We need to be compensated for that. That is part of the reparations claim.
It is. Heavily agreed. Yep, very true.
And then not to mention, too, brother Chad, here's something else too that we've mentioned in the past that needs to be emphasized too to support the claim for the reparations. There's all the goddamn intellectual property that was stolen from us too, like the light bulb, the telephone, you know.
Oh, Shabaka, that's the patents. That we have to take that up with the patent office. The only reason why they create the patent is so they can steal our inventions.
Hey man, especially if you're having your lineage, you can definitely bring that up later. But let's move along, because if not, you're gonna be here all night with this.
Right.
You keep antagonizing.
I'm not antagonizing him. I'm like literally just telling him what the black holes, who they pertain to.
You already know. We know.
All right. So Americans are revolting against Congress by heading to Tiny's app, Red Note, in loom of TikTok ban. And I had a whole nother video I was going to play about this that Professor Black Truth just did.
You know, y'all, one thing I'm loving is how everyone is moving to Red Note right now in the midst of, you know, TikTok facing an impending ban in a few days. Let's call it what it is. You know, and I said this, you know, I was going to actually type this on a post, but I, you know, say it here. So our government says TikTok is a national security threat. China has our data, all this stuff about China. Yet China makes everything that we just by owning our house. China makes your smartphones. If you got an iPhone, 9 out of 10 definitely was made in China. Any Samsung products you may have, some of it's in Korea, but a lot of it's assembled in China, right? Your laptops, China. The clothes on your back, China. So if China's going to do something nefarious, wouldn't you think they would have, like, especially on electronics, embedded some sort of code in there already to be siphoning information back? I mean, no, the reason why they want TikTok gone is because too many regular people are putting out some real information. Y'all don't realize that, like, y'all are busting up the whole system that they have cultivated for a long time. Y'all have figured out ways to make money so you ain't got to go work for these people, 9 to 5, not making a dime. Listen, they don't like that some of you are getting on this app and like 2 or 3 days making your whole paycheck that you used to make in 2 weeks in 2 or 3 days. Or maybe it took you a week to make your paycheck, right? And now you going on to maybe the next paycheck would be in the following week. They don't like that. You understand what I'm saying? They don't like the fact that, you know, like pharmacists will get on here and say, hey, don't be buying that brand name medication. Go buy the Walgreens brand, CVS brand. Hey, NyQuil don't work. You know what I heard pharmacists say, go ask for the Sudafed behind the counter. That's what actually works. And then people say, oh yeah, it do work. They don't like us getting any kind of information or being awakened, right? To information. They don't like it. So their deal is, we can't stop them, so let's ban it. Well, this is the thing. We live in the information age. And the problem is this baby boomer generation and the silent generation who's still running the country, and really they are against us Gen X. I'm a Gen X. They're against millennials, and they're against Gen Z. All on one job. And now people can't even afford a home right now. And who holds the majority of the wealth? The baby boomers and the silent generation. They have literally choked out Gen X, millennial, and Gen Z. They don't want to give up any kind of power at all. They literally die in those congressional seats, right? They don't even they don't.
Well, I've been knowing that there for the last 40 goddamn years. Career politicians is what he's talking about. And then these motherfuckers.
But the funny part is right now, and who holds the majority of the wealth? The baby boomers and the silent generation. They have literally choked out Gen X, Millennial, and Gen Z. They don't want to give up any kind of power at all. They literally die in those congressional seats, right? They don't even they don't want nobody come in there behind them. They have the attitude they're going to scorch earth everything. So they don't like that we are, as a collective of people, as Americans, upending their system. They don't like that. But the funny part is, with this internet, is that people go on the red note, right? And now you want to ban the Chinese app, but now everybody going to a Chinese app willingly. You understand? That's what they don't. In red note, from what I'm seeing, because you know me, I'm a news guy, so I have to be everywhere. I went over there and I'm seeing how quick red note is adapting to it. So red note trying to get in where they fit in. So to you old school Congress people out here who's trying to stop, you know, the American people from having a voice and a conversation, whatever. And you have to understand, we live in a globalized world now. It's not all this, you just are cornered off. We're connected to people all over the world. So now you got a lot of Chinese people like, man, I'm glad y'all are here. Because you have to understand, now I have to go there. If a bunch of us
Chinese ain't got no love for black people.
Black Americans, FBA in particular, go to red note gonna be hot.
So and now he's selling shit to red note. Now what the fuck are they paying him?
Oh,
I saw through his ass again. Now he's up here advertising people to go over there to that part. Now
that's what are they paying? If they shut down TikTok, period. About this is that there's some people that really making a lot of money on here. Their livelihoods are threatened real bad right now because a bunch of politicians mad that y'all are up into their system and they want the control back. And if, you know, Mark Zuckerberg think people gonna go over there with him, he's sadly mistaken. I don't know why he's trying to position himself like that. He don't have juice like the TikTok or maybe even the red note would have. He tried to copy it, but they're way too compromised. Now Mark Zuckerberg want to come out saying, "Oh, well, they made me censor y'all during the pandemic." Well, you hurt your customer base. You understand that? You'd have been standing up back then and saying, "This is what they doing to me. This is what they doing to my company." People would have been rallying behind you, but you can't come out years later after you done the dirt for the Biden administration. Oh well, look at what
go, bro.
Like, bro, like
shit,
people cool on you, bro.
They did to me. Look what they did to Henry Dessalines.
So, you know, shout out to the American people, man. Y'all letting these old school politicians know. Don't
shit. You know, Brother Jay, you saw what they did to Henry. You know what I'm saying?
To all of us, Shabaka.
They just straight fucked Henry off. And then get this here, y'all. Guess what the dirty motherfuckers did today? You know, when I got when you sent me the thing we was coming on tonight, these motherfuckers say we gotta verify you again on Shabaka. That's the third goddamn time, man, they done that bullshit to me, man, in the last 7 days.
You talking about on Twitter?
No, I'm talking about on Facebook.
Oh, I don't even know why you still fool with Facebook, Shabaka.
Because I got a lot of information.
They took all of our pages down. I would not mess with Facebook no more. I told you that like 4 months ago. They took all our pages
when you had
down.
to rebuild when you had to rebuild the other profile, and then too on our like page on the Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced like page, that won't even allow me access to the settings on it.
Yeah, that's crazy to me because every page I set up on there I had access to.
Yeah, you had access to the settings. They won't even allow me access to the settings.
I can't even put out a work.
That's crazy. Yeah, I would. I'm super down with Facebook.
And then Twitter and Stinky Bird, for you to go ad free, he wants $185 out of your ass.
Yeah, he can keep dreaming on that.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the new wave, Shabaka. That's the new wave that's happening.
Universal law and principle, man. You got to get inside their offense.
Yep.
And by the way, man, you saw, man, that the damn Buffalo Bills, man, is going off into the
AFC Championship game. Yes, Chewbacca.
yeah, playing Kansas City.
Yeah, and I hope they beat the hell out of them.
Yeah, and then in the NFC, it looks like it's going to be everybody's going to have to travel to Philadelphia. So I think Dr. D would have loved that.
Yeah, RIP to Mad Dr. D, but I've never been an Eagles fan.
I've been getting a thorough
No.
this last weekend. I think I watched more football this weekend than I've ever watched my whole life.
Oh, and by the way, it's 36 degrees here, man. My fucking toes got numb when I went out earlier this evening. This motherfucker gonna be going below freezing next week.
Chewbacca is 6 degrees above zero here.
Oh, you guys are real cool.
I wish it was 32 degrees. Shit. It's almost and you sitting up here complaining about 36 degrees.
Shame on you.
Hell yeah.
We're at a polar vortex.
Shit, like I'm like Fred Stanford with my arthritis hurt.
Yeah. It would really be hurting if you was here.
Yeah, we'd be here.
No, man, y'all ain't getting me no more winters in Colorado. I went there last winter. That shit was crazy. Then goddamn tether come knocking on my motherfucking door, man. You know what I'm saying?
You were warned, Chewbacca. You didn't think that me?
First of all,
Nah, you see it's greasy.
The motherfucker just wanted it that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the safe time to come see you, man, would be like late May. Definitely in middle of June, July.
Yep.
Till in August, it's time to get the hell out of there.
No, August. It don't snow in August, but it never snowed in August.
Sir, I ain't taking no chances.
Yeah, it don't snow in August. Fucking September, yeah, but not August. So you got about 4 good months, 4 maybe 5 good months.
You'll be fine.
Yeah. And then my family's talking about having a family reunion in Chicago.
I'm good.
That's going to be a trip. Well, actually, what we're trying to do is try to have it out here in Las Vegas.
Lady Chase asking, can we come?
I don't see no reason why not.
Okay.
I was going to get my gift on. And this
yeah. All right, so moving along. Osambo might be getting a divorce from Michelle Obama. And
what happened?
Well, if you listen, Chewbacca, you'll find out. And what the TikTok ban is really about. Put it on.
Damn. I'm sorry to hear that.
And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now the Sunday address. This evening, we're going to be discussing 2 separate subjects. The first one's going to be Barack Obama and Michelle Obama. Are they or aren't they going to get divorced? Well, the rumors around the white media are that there may be a serious split between the ultimate power couple, Michelle and Barack Obama. We put Michelle first because, hey, she wears the pants in that family, right? And the reason that they gave Michelle opted not to attend the funeral of President Jimmy Carter with Barack Obama because Trump was going to be there, and she refused to attend Trump's second inauguration for the same reason. Barack Obama, of course, will be going. And of course, you have these feminists who are praising the idea of Michelle Obama fueling those divorce rumors. I guess as far as they're concerned, you go, girl, straight to divorce court. Because Black breakups, Black dysfunction, that's what the white media encourages. That's what they like to see. Because for them, and it doesn't matter if it's some right-wing rag or some left-wing blowhard, to have the first non-white presidential couple divorce, that would be a huge coup for the white media. The tabloids would have material for years off of that one. They would love it. Obama has tried to put the kibosh on these rumors by going out of his way to publicly wish his wife happy birthday, something that he really hadn't gone this overboard with in the past. So clearly he's trying to dispel these rumors. Rumors of a divorce are entirely unfounded, by the way. Michelle Obama's entire identity is that she's Barack Obama's wife. I mean, what else is she if she wasn't that? And being a first lady, even a former one, is not something that you can just walk away from and still keep whatever esteem and status and fame that you previously had. Power at that level doesn't really work like that. Now, outside of the black media, you've had the usual suspects who have been hang-wringing and kvetching about this, and they're worried about whether or not the Obamas getting divorced is going to mean anything. Not really. And they're talking about, oh, we don't want to see this power couple split up. Let me tell you something. Power couples are largely a fiction. Normally, you got one person in the relationship who's the power, and the other person simply is there to make them a couple. People actually call Prince Harry and Meghan Markle a power couple. First of all, if Meghan had married anyone other than an English prince, people wouldn't be talking about her at all. Let's be honest about that. Meghan Markle was married before, you know, to a film producer, white, of course, and then they got divorced just 2 years later. Bet you didn't know that, did you? And nobody was calling them a power couple. So now she's married to an English prince. Well, used to be prince. He's like a duke or something now, right? But it's weird to call them a power couple because Harry isn't some great businessman. He's not some mogul. His only accomplishment is having been born into the British royal family, so he won the genetic lottery, which was not his doing at all. He had nothing to do with that. So what power does he have? His family and relatives publicly humiliated him, including his wrinkled up granny. And his father basically did what amounted to a banishment of him in all but name. So again, where's the power here? You know, there were people who were calling Michael Jordan and his now ex-wife a power couple. But again, were it not for Michael, what power would there have been? There's a lot of people who apparently they think that their identity is somehow wrapped up in the Obamas. I guess it just goes to show some black folks never learn. Let's be bluntly honest here. The reason that the dregs over in Shea Butter Twitter pretend to be so enamored with Michelle Obama isn't because they like her. They don't know anything about her. The only thing that they know is she wasn't some high yellow female that Barack Obama married. She wasn't that. She was a dark-skinned black woman. And to them, that level of legitimacy and righteousness that gave
Okay, what happened? Okay, what happened? Looked like it froze up, Brother Che.
This shit has been acting really stupid the last few weeks. Let me try to put this.
Well, look what's getting ready to happen, man, in less than 12 hours.
Yep.
My time, 10 hours your time.
Yep.
Shit, I'm willing to bet next week this shit is going to be really good and fucked up.
It ain't going to be no worse than what it's already been. Ain't nothing Orange Man do that ain't already been done to us. Just went over the black codes. It ain't going to trump that.
Yeah, well, what it is.
It was a good idea to hitch her wagon to his star. Bill Clinton, you'll recall, as a teenager, had met with President John Kennedy. This was part of some sort of white boys youth group trip that took place in the early 60s. So as early as his teen years, there were people who were already thinking that this bright young hillbilly might have potential for law or high politics. And Barack Obama was also recruited in similar fashion. Senior Democrat operatives and later political figures like Tom Daschle realized that Obama had that rare combination of charisma and devious wit, that he could lie through his teeth and people would still love him regardless. Barack Obama used what the white media like to call smoothness. There was very little smooth about the man. But what he did have the ability to do was to BS his way through a conversation. He mastered the art of talking a lot while saying absolutely nothing. And when the white media claimed that he had some sort of profound stuff to say, so many people were gullible enough to go right along with that propaganda. But understand, practically all of the corporate figures you've ever seen were largely inventions of their corporate donors, the white media, and the political establishment backing them up. For the longest time, many of us in the black media have told you that Barack Obama may well actually be bisexual. That's not said to insult him. It's said for the same reasons that we told you that Will Smith, who is part of another so-called power couple, might also be bisexual as well. You saw what happened with another power couple. Andrew Big Bussy Gillum
telemetry
and his wife. There's another guy who the Democrat establishment were whatever line of BS that they start peddling. But Michelle Obama is showing that all her little hood rat antics were, of course, not an act at all. This is who this woman actually is. Disrespectful. All of that finger wagging she was doing at black men, where do you think she got it from? She practices that behind closed doors with Barack Obama and been doing it for a long while, I'll bet. Whether the Obamas stay together or if Barack finally comes out of the closet and leaves Michelle for another man is immaterial to me. Neither one of them did a thing for the black community except to insult us for going on 16 years straight. They're a couple of self-interested social climbers. Don't kid yourself. The Republicans aren't the only ones who would love to see Michelle or Barack, for that matter, file for divorce. The white media is also salivating at the prospect that these two might break up, and why not? They've both been willing pawns of white power, and as we all know, when white power is done with its tools, it breaks its tools. And to utterly defame and destroy these two in particular, why, that would be the crowning achievement of breaking tools as far as the white media is concerned. After all, Barack Obama has spent his entire adult life married not to Michelle Obama, but rather wedded to white power. And that being the case, well, as I mentioned earlier, white power also doesn't have marriages with people as much as it has arrangements. And when that arrangement no longer serves white power's interest, they bring it to an end, along with the individual or individuals who thought that somehow they had friends with white power. Now, there's also something else I wanted to talk about for this evening's address. It happens to be the ban on TikTok, and the fact that this is part of an overall series of legislative and policy initiatives and drives geared toward trying to basically put the social media internet genie back in the bottle. Now, before I go any farther, yes, I do happen to be this Luddite Gen Xer, so I don't care for any of that stuff like TikTok. As far as I'm concerned, all they've done is tell young people how to steal cars and such. It's an annoyance. But there is a reality here. No matter what the U.S. government may say about how it's concerned about TikTok being owned in part by the Chinese government, potentially, the real concerns that they have happen to be that TikTok does data mining and does not turn any of that information over to the U.S. government. No matter what corporations like Facebook, Twitter, and others may tell you, they frequently give the information that they data mine over to the government, and not just when the government files some sort of. So what is this really about? Well, it's not necessarily about any concerns that the Chinese government happens to be spying on Americans through the app, which is what the original claim was. Later on, they said, well, it's social media corporations which largely spread American propaganda. And I can say for a fact that the Israeli government definitely didn't like the fact that TikTok was the main place where people were hearing the Palestinian side of the war in Gaza. They didn't like that because it was a way to circumvent the establishment media, which the Israelis have on lock, just like the Israeli government's got the U.S. government eating out of their hand. They didn't like the fact that TikTok was a place where the gory details of what the IDF was really doing could be seen by the world. They didn't like that. And of course, the U.S. government didn't like that either. So as far as they were concerned, this is the Chinese propaganda that they were really concerned about. Any sort of political viewpoint or any sort of news that gets around the filters that the U.S. government and its white supremacist allies put in place. This is not to say the Chinese are the good guys. They're not. But it is to say that for a large number of people around the world, and including in the United States, TikTok represented a lot more than just a bunch of asinine online challenges and a bunch of attention-whoring stunts by the latter half of the millennials and practically all of Generation Z. And it's not just a matter of young people getting their information online. It's a matter of them getting it from the right places. For example, WhatsApp is owned by Facebook. And that means that all of these young people around the world who would have their WhatsApp groups and they would use those WhatsApp groups to get their news and such, that meant that Mark Zuckerberg had veto power over what it was they got to see, how prominently it would be shown, what was seen and what wasn't seen. So the US government didn't have a problem with all these young people who are online getting all of their news and views from some social media app, just so long as it was one that was owned by some idiot who would play ball with Uncle Sam. And Mark Zuckerberg is definitely that useful idiot. And the same thing goes for Elon Musk. Don't let him fool you. This is a man who is slavishly dependent on US government subsidies for his hundreds of billions of dollars. And that being the case, no matter what idiocy he may spout, whenever he gets behind closed doors with those politicians, you better believe he understands he's got to play ball. So no matter what the US government, the white media, and their assorted sock puppets may tell you, the reason that they don't like TikTok has nothing to do with Chinese influence or Chinese propaganda. It's that the Chinese government happens to be an app that has a huge audience base and a lot of influence, reaches enormous amounts of people around the world, but particularly in the United States. And yet the US government and its interested parties can't control it. That's the problem. They're sitting here saying you got to give this thing to somebody else, you got to sell it, but they're making it very clear you need to sell it to an American company or to an American interested party. Now, this demand that a corporation has to sell itself to some domestic company if they want to do business in a particular country, this is not new. In fact, it's one of the main gripes that American corporations had when it came time to deal with the Japanese or the Chinese. The Japanese did and probably still do have in place that if there's some foreign company that wants to do business in Japan, well, you're going to either have to sell to a Japanese company or you're going to have to give some sort of Japanese stakeholder a huge bit of the company. This is their way of basically turnabout fair play. They didn't think this is a company that they can't control. Phony outrage going on Capitol Hill and in the white media, understand. The goal here is not to try to force TikTok to be sold to, say, anyone other than the Chinese. It's not a matter of, well, if they go ahead and sell themselves to the Belgians or sell to the British or sell to whomever. No. This is about specifically forcing them to sell to an American person or a company or a corporation or interest. That's the point they actually have to reach. This is about getting the Chinese to hand TikTok over to the US. So far, TikTok and its parent company ByteDance have been resisting, saying we're not going to be selling. That's the reason why the ban has occurred. This is the US government, and you see that the Supreme Court basically ignored any and all bases and just said, well, as far as we're concerned, if the Chinese government has anything to do with these guys, they got to be sold immediately. Now, do you have any idea how many dummy front companies are out there that the US government happens to have a piece of? There are a number of companies and so-called NGOs and others that the US government actually has a piece of and has influence over and directs them. They're sock puppet organizations. Now, what would happen if a number of these other countries out there said, well, you know what? You got to hand these companies over to us. You got to sell them. So the Supreme Court ruling was not based on the law. It was the Supreme Court understanding that their job is to rubber stamp certain policies, and that's what they've done in this case. But this is not about national security. It's about political control, as it always is. And that brings me to the final part about this, and that is that even though I, as a geezer Gen Xer, can't really understand this newfangled annoying social media stuff, and yet there's a lot of people who have benefited financially off of TikTok. There's a lot of people who sell items out of TikTok. They promote their businesses on TikTok. They use TikTok as a marketing tool. They use it as a publicity tool, and that's what it's good for. A lot of people have successfully used TikTok to make some 15-second video, which are actually nothing more than 15-second commercials for themselves. And then these little videos go viral, and as a result, a lot of people have been able to launch their businesses using TikTok. And these people who use TikTok for business purposes number in the millions, millions of Americans. Now, that means that potentially TikTok, and through them, whatever Chinese interest there may be, have already cultivated a constituency in the US in the millions. One has to wonder if perhaps that's part of why all this is going on. You have a lot of young people who either weren't able to get a good job, weren't making squat in the gig economy, and TikTok provided them with a way to sell goods and services that circumvent the usual suspects like Elon Musk and Zuckerberg. And as a result, somebody felt like something needed to be done. I guess the point is that on a variety of different levels, TikTok is seen as a threat for a number of different reasons. And I guess a lot of people also realize that TikTok didn't have all the gatekeeping and roadblocks of, say, YouTube. These are the people who have seen their livelihoods and futures thrown into complete disarray by what the US government is doing. And I think that this financial aspect is something the government didn't quite count on. After all, when you think that tools like Musk and Zuckerberg have cornered the market on American social media, then you really don't care that platforms like TikTok do more than host stupid videos about young people acting foolishly. That it's actually a business, that it's actually an industry, and a lot of Americans depend on it for their livelihoods. But that's what's occurred today. TikTok went offline. And then about 12 or so hours later, it came back online in anticipation that Trump's going to give them a stay of execution. But this is the part of the story that I wanted to comment on, that there's so many people who use TikTok for their financial livelihood. Americans dependent on a Chinese company. And they see the Chinese company favorably as a result. They don't give a dang what the U.S. government is saying. Imagine that. The U.S. government sitting here saying they're doing data mining. Yeah, just like Mark Zuckerberg and just like Elon Musk and others. Hell, there's a number of the apps that you use, like these delivery apps, Uber and others. They do data mining too. The Chinese actually do less data mining than these American companies do, by the way. If they weren't, then don't you think the U.S. government would be saying left, right, and center, oh, here's what they're doing, all of the violations of privacy. But for the millions of Americans who do their business on TikTok, they could care less about that. The U.S. government's been doing it for decades now. It's old hat at this point. The Chinese understand that there's not going to be a backlash against them. There would be a backlash against the U.S. government for doing this one. And that is what's happened. Both political parties, Republican and Democrat alike, under a Democrat administration, by the way, came together in order to crush this company. And keep in mind, Republicans who are always prattling on about the importance of a hands-off policy when it comes to business. And, well, if this company is getting in trouble with the government, what? Why? Is it because they're successful? We shouldn't be punishing success. We should be rewarding it and encouraging it. But they're looking at this and going, this ain't the kind of success we're talking about. And they don't care when Americans get hurt. This happened on Biden's watch, and this is supposed to be somebody who cares about free speech, right? And the Republicans are supposed to care about business. Here you have the intersection of both, and they show you what they really care about. Now, on a side note, yes, the orange man during his time, he complained about TikTok, and he was making threats against them like he was doing against Twitter and such. But he never actually followed through on those threats. And now that he's about to re-enter the White House, he seems poised to throw TikTok a lifeline. People who liked Biden, the ones who voted for him, especially if you're anybody who happens to do business on TikTok, I want you to think about that. You see how Biden and the Republicans came together to do this. You shea butter bootlicks out there who post angry messages on Lipstick Alley or Twitter complaining about why Biden didn't cancel your student loans as if that was anything other than a PR scam. You're finding out that he doesn't care about you. He never did. He pardoned his felonious drug-addicted son. He made sure to take care of crooks and criminals, and then he coldly crushed the financial wherewithal of people, many of them young, meaning under 40 years of age, because they dared to use an app that he and his other buddies didn't like. This is economic warfare, but it seems to be not just against China, but a lot of Americans too. They're collateral damage, and they don't care about it. The white powers that be in the U.S. wanted to force TikTok to be given over to them, and their play hasn't worked. But it goes to show they're worried about their power. There used to be a time when all they had to do was sniffle in someone's direction and people's knees quaked. Well, apparently not only are people not scared anymore, they're becoming openly defiant. And that's the kind of thing that white power doesn't want to become habit forming. Imagine all of this that they're doing because of a website. It's because they can't drop bombs on this problem. That's the issue they're having. And they can't send in the Marines either. So they're resorting to sanctions, which is basically what this is. And I think harming the people who rely on TikTok for their income is a willing part of it. They don't care about that. To them, that's probably a big bonus. TikTok's success, like so many other Chinese companies, has been because they were able to get American customers. Now, they can tell American companies not to advertise on TikTok or not to deal with them, but that wouldn't change anything. And telling the users and viewers of TikTok in the United States to stop using the app, that wouldn't work. So they resorted to this. The way to stop Americans from patronizing a company that they don't want them to deal with is to ban it in the U.S. Now, they complain about China censoring websites all the time. Oh, if this website puts up information the Chinese government likes, they ban them. Oh, this is so un-American. We would never do that here. Well, here they are doing it. No laws have been broken by TikTok. You notice that? Nobody's ever able to tell you what laws TikTok broke. They instead tell you that it's Chinese propaganda, and that's the reason why. The Chinese government has something to do with it. Yeah, just ignore all the companies that the U.S. government has its thumbs in. Interesting how the U.S. government and the white media is acting the same way that they claim the Chinese and other repressive regimes do when it comes to controlling what the public can see and hear and what the public's allowed to have access to. But understand that if they had crimes to accuse TikTok of, that's what they would be leading every story with. The fact that they don't, that should tell you everything. And for those of you who may have actually been doing business on TikTok, relying for it on your income, either in total or in part, you see how quickly and eagerly both political parties came together so they could go ahead and crush this website, or at least
Oh, what happened?
Laws claiming that the issue is about trying to protect youth from pornography and such. And while I agree with that, the problem happens to be that was directly what led to the legislative precedent for this. All of this under the phony guise of we're trying to protect the public. There are a million ways that if they had a problem with TikTok, it could have been dealt with without trying to ban it. This is the point that they wanted to reach. An all or nothing ultimatum. You will either hand it over to us or we'll shut you down in the US. There's a lot of people who are very much worried and scared about the influence that people are able to have through the internet, able to have through social media platforms. They've been able to circumvent the white media's trusted traditional legacy gatekeepers. And to them, this is an existential crisis. If they weren't accusing TikTok of Chinese propaganda or claiming that they were doing inappropriate data mining, they would have come up with something else. The goal was not to actually come up with an actual realistic justification for it. The goal was just a matter of let's come up with something. This is going to be our pretense, and then we roll forward with it. Who cares whether or not anybody believes it? This is about securing our power and position. So whether you're a user of TikTok or not, whether you like TikTok or not is immaterial. It's kind of like whenever I have to remind people that whenever you hear me speaking about Bill Cosby or R. Kelly or Sean Puff Daddy Combs, it's not because I like these people. It's because there's something relevant that you need to know about and understand. You see, there were a lot of people who probably didn't have much of a problem with the attacks that came against the black media. When we were the ones online and on social media platforms who were getting shot at, metaphorically speaking, of course. You even had people like Jefferson Beauregard Sessions III floating some trial balloons, such as black identity extremists that happened during the Trump years. There were a lot of people who didn't have a problem with that at all. You didn't hear Democrats pushing it back against that at all. As far as they were concerned, the Trump administration was going to go ahead and get rid of some enemies that they didn't like. You see how much trouble we caused for these guys in the meanwhile. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm looking at this whole thing and saying, yeah, what's going on with TikTok, these are a lot of other people who are now catching the same kind of hell that the black media have been catching, except instead of them going after legal statutes that are supposed to be connecting black people to our rights and liberties, such as they are, and our so-called privileges, well, those are the exact same things that connect the dominant society to theirs. I'm white and I say so can only go so far, depending on how much opposition that they face. And when they face a sufficient amount of adversity, what they'll be saying is, yeah, well, you folks from the dominant society, you're the ones who are dependent on thus and so. But as for us, the ones who run things, well, we're not dependent on you at all. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Oscar Cockrell, Samora Morris, Alan Reese, Jimmy Whitfield, and Harvey Wilmore. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on the Osambos potentially getting a divorce and the truth behind the TikTok ban and what it's really about?
Okay, well, to see those Sambos getting a divorce, that there was probably something that was inevitable. Is because, like Obama had said it himself, that when he made the comment about Kamala Harris, he had some problems with Michelle. Then, not to mention the fact that with them being both doctorates, okay, they probably, man, to quote Professor Black Truth, gonna shatter their own power tools. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's what's happening with that marriage right there. Plus, their children are grown. So she probably stayed with him and he probably stayed with her because both of them are lawyers. You see what I mean? So that's going to be an interesting divorce settlement right there in itself. Probably there in Cook County courts. You know what I mean? Who knows? Maybe they could have Sarge act as their attorneys for them or mediator, crazy ass Sarge, But really, it's no major loss to the Black community on that. Now, as far as TikTok is concerned, okay, I'm about to stay up, for a few nights this week to see how people was monetizing that shit. You see what I'm saying? Because we need to be monetized because Lord knows we put a hell of a lot of work in. Not only what Shabaka's Black experience enhanced, not only our time at Mile High News, but also to what we've been doing here on the StreamYard as well too. You see what I mean? So we put in a whole lot of goddamn sweat equity. You're saying people come up on our walls and like pages and shit and advertise they shit, and ain't nobody, paid us one goddamn dime,
Outside of crew.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and shout out there to crew. You know what I'm saying? So you say that there's got our StreamYard up for a minute, right?
No, that's for the laptop. That's for me to get.
Oh, okay.
So you don't have to now.
And then what I'm gonna have to do, man, I'm gonna go study my laptop to make sure there's not features that we could be using that I'm overlooking. You know what I'm saying? So, I got a very, very busy week. Then I got to go pay the damn auto insurance and shit. You know what I'm saying? And whatnot, And then I was going to try to go to Los Angeles and try to make some money. But that's, of course, for obvious reasons, that's not happening. You know what I mean? So my back is kind of like up against the wall. But I'm keeping the faith, man, because we put a lot of sweat equity in here. We just need a break. That's all. But we're close, Brother Che. We're close. We're real close.
We're definitely close. So one of my homeboys, he's on TikTok. He said he had got 48 million views on a video, and he trying to get him paid from this white woman that tried to tokenize him in the video or whatever. But yeah, like TikTok has made a way for people that didn't have a way previously, especially our youth.
And I had a TikTok page, as you know, man. Then TikTok tore it down. I don't know why it got tore down.
I had a TikTok page as well, Shabaka. I used it when I was running for mayor in 2023. So basically, Black families, they don't, if they can't control it, then they're gonna delete it. If they don't have control, then nobody can have control over it. Especially if I can't.
That's so much for free speech.
And this has happened under the Democrats. This has happened under the Democrats.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's not happening under the Republicans. This has happened under the Democratic Party.
Yeah. And then, as you know, as we both know, that we told a lot of our contributors over the years is that it was the Democrats that brought you the Ku Klux Klan. They sure did. And then
and there's more about it. There's more. They brought you Jim Crow.
They sure did. You know, just like old LBG said, if you can convince a poor broke ass white man that he's better than a nigga, you'll be in power for the next 50 years. They'll vote Democrat for the next 50 years. So then what had happened was that chain got broken when old Tricky came in, because what was Tricky's campaign in 1968? Law and order.
You know,
You see what I'm saying?
It's just another war on black people.
Yeah, exactly. And then on top of it too, and then old Tricky got to get up there and say he's not a crook, because they was getting ready to impeach his ass. That's for damn sure. They were. Okay, hold on, Brother Che. Now, my memory ain't as sharp as it used to be. I think, man, that they had voted to impeach Nixon, right? Yeah. But I think Nixon resigned just before, man, that they was getting ready to send him a summons in the court. Because, see, the only thing is, man, just because a motherfucker's impeached, that there's just like getting a notice to appear in court for the president, right? Okay. Yeah. The actual impeachment happens, man, when the U.S. Senate, like what they did with Bill Clinton, you know, decides if he's guilty or not. And what happened with Slick Willie was, you know, they had missed out on 3 votes to convict. So Clinton, he beat that rap there by the skin of his teeth. And really, me personally, I don't think Clinton did anything as far as the presidency was concerned. But if any damn thing, it was a moral issue between him and his wife, which is a case of adultery. You know what I mean? And I'm thinking with the Obamas getting a divorce, you know, they raised their children. Both children are adults. Both of them will have Secret Service protection for the rest of their lives, including the children. You see what I mean? So, I mean, they'd probably be divorced in name only. Who knows? They probably quit 20 years ago.
Yep.
Okay. You know.
Yeah,
so that's mine.
All right, what are your thoughts, Lee?
I don't give a fuck about TikTok. I never used it. I don't care about TikTok. I never used it. It kind of just another tedious act I didn't want to participate in. Not only that, but I'm incredibly shy about certain things, especially about my work that I do. So I don't know. I just wasn't feeling it, and I really didn't think I had anything. I really didn't think I could do it. So I wasn't very confident with it, with the idea of it. So I never had one. I don't even have like a username or password to look at videos. I listen to stuff that my brother tells me about because he has one. I don't know. I don't give a fuck about it. Really, I do care though that people can't make money the way they were making money, and it just kind of seems like lazy hustling. But if it worked, it worked. You know, because we're at a time where you kind of need that hustle, especially for small business and things like that. The other thing is, the Obamas getting a divorce or whatever. That's pure speculation. Whether she does or they do or don't, really doesn't really matter. I mean, she wrote a book. She wasn't really happy while he was running for office, or even in office. So you know, she was there for show or whatever. And are you like, you want me to stop? No, the other thing is like, you know, she's not feeling him. He's not feeling her. Or whatever the problem is. She showed up during the Democratic season. She did what she was supposed to do, or she felt like she was supposed to do. She felt like her duties are done. She don't want to go to the fucking funeral, and she don't want to show out and pretend. Hey man, that's her business. Him, yeah, he doesn't hold as much weight as he used to. Mr. Obama, him being gay, I don't know. It wouldn't be the strangest of things. I mean, the most masculine motherfuckers, sometimes you have to wonder, and you're noticing that they've been doing some old pussy popping or some shit. I've heard it lately. I don't know. I don't know. I think that him pushing an agenda like that is a detriment to us. Definitely a detriment to black people, period, because it causes all this mass confusion and ugliness that we really don't respect or really appreciate, no matter what we say. You know. And that's all I gotta say about those two items, right? TikTok and her, right? TikTok and them.
Yeah.
I can't wait for the inauguration. I hope something interesting happens, like last time. Yeah. Not saying that cool or anything, but just, I hope something interesting happens. You know?
Well, actually, if you ask me, I don't think Biden shouldn't even go for the inauguration. What they need to do is take Biden's old senile ass, take that motherfucker back to Delaware and fuck him, because at least with Donald Trump, you know what you did with it, you know what I mean?
Well, he's saying he's still gonna be around, Shabaka, so we'll see.
Either way, they already the power.
Yeah, he's saying he's gonna still be around, Shabaka.
Yeah,
man, that old senile motherfucker, man, he better go get him some goddamn Geritol and shut the fuck up.
I agree, Shabaka, but I don't think he's gonna do that.
Yeah, I don't think he's senile. I mean, clearly fucked black people.
I think he is senile.
No.
I think he's senile. He got dementia.
He clearly knew he was
Alzheimer's.
That doesn't make
the motherfucker shits on himself. You know what I'm saying? God damn. Can you imagine sitting there in the White House having a conference with that motherfucker and he decided to shit on himself?
No. I don't want to imagine no shit like that.
Damn. Yeah. And I don't know what these motherfuckers deal with my damn RBG avatar. What happened to my avatar, man? When they hijacked the other avatar because it said reparations on it?
No, you got the African proverb one.
Go to the next one, Jesse, since you wasn't.
No, I'm talking about the avatar, brother, that said reparations now.
It's not showing. It's something else.
All right, so some type of fuckery. Yeah.
All right, so to conclude with this, TikTok is a good source of information. And I think because the United States government can't control that information, they want to control all that we see here, like the outer limits. That
right, there you go. Yeah, what they say, we now return control of your television set. Man, I used to dig the outer limits, man.
Yeah, me too.
The two shows, man, when I was a kid, that were before their, three shows actually, that were before their time was Outer Limits, right? The Twilight Zone, and Star Trek.
Okay. What about Alfred Hitchcock?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Old Alfred Hitchcock. Good evening. And do you know what it was for Alfred Hitchcock making his money, man?
Who or how?
Alfred Hitchcock was a suspense because he made this movie, man, that I never saw. Every fucking time I try to see it, man, I never got a chance to see it. That was that one with Cary Grant called North by Northwest. Man, you all sending your damn cold ass air over here, man. It is 36 fucking degrees here, man.
36 compared to 6 degrees. Stop it. And it's snowing out here.
Oh, hell no. Y'all can have that goddamn snow, man. I'll never forget it.
Right now.
I'll never forget that. Damn car buried in snow. Snow on top of the car.
It's not gonna snow a lot here.
Damn tethers knocking on my door, talking about they want something to eat, following me from the 7-Eleven.
It already snowed, and it's gonna snow some more.
I mean, this tether gonna come up, knock on the fucking door, man. What in the hell made that motherfucker think that it was appropriate for him to do that? Besides having his boys following me to the door to see where I was at.
Yeah, that was wild. All right, so I'm gonna move
Yeah, it
to the
was.
next topic, and that is Biden actually did one good thing.
What did he do?
What was that?
I was trying to see what
Oh,
it's about.
wait. What Biden?
He posthumously pardoned
Marcus Garvey. Yeah. I mean, but what good is it doing Marcus Garvey now? Shit, Marcus Garvey been dead for damn near, no, wait a minute, 85 years now. Brother Che. All right, okay, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, is that, oh, there he is.
I'm here, Shabaka. This is now StreamYard. It's stupid.
It's just a pinwheel for a second. Don't pat it. Don't pat it.
All right, so y'all asked me what he did. He pardoned Marcus Messiah Garvey.
Mosiah.
Post-Simone. Yes, Shabaka, that's what I just said.
I don't know why you frustrated.
I don't know why y'all keep trying to correct me on what I'm saying. Look, it's not a clip, Brandy. It's a whole article I'm about to read.
Okay.
Jesus. Let me see. Where is it? Where are you at? Where are you at? Where are you at? Clip. Where are you at? Not clip. Article. Hold on. I'm about to read it to you.
I know this was just killing time to you like it. Jesus, small talk.
Sorry, y'all got this toothache out of this world, and it's like really making my attitude be really bad right now.
Wait a minute, man. You ain't got that tooth looked at yet, man.
No, every time I went to the doctor, how that shit is set up, it's first come, first serve. You gotta be there early, all that shit. They got all the fucking illegal in there getting services and all of that shit. My damn doctor's appointment was delayed by like fucking an hour. Like shit is ridiculous.
Damn. That shit ain't starting to swell up on you, is it?
No, it's just hurting.
No, because once that motherfucker starts swelling up, man, that's an abscess, man. You might have to get you a pair of pliers, man, and yank that shit out yourself.
Yeah.
Because I had the abscess before, man. That ain't nothing nice.
Yeah, I don't think it's that about
the left side of my face swelled, man. I was spending it 2 hours, man, squeezing that shit out, right?
I gotta use the hot hands to go outside. It's gonna be below zero. We're going to I'm going to the Moraid at least. I'm going to the Moraid. It's too cold.
Well then what the fuck? So press your face against the window or open one of the bags.
Like I said, I gotta use them later for the
You gotta
Moraid.
have some down there.
Getting down there, I gotta use them.
You got like 30 of them.
Oh my God. All right, so I'm gonna read this article.
Mm-hmm.
And it's from the Rolling Stone magazine, and it says Biden issues posthumous pardon to civil rights leader Marcus Garvey by Peter Wade. President Joe Biden posthumously pardoned civil rights leader and Pan-African activist Marcus Garvey, who was convicted of mail fraud in the 1920s. Garvey served 4 years in prison until President Calvin Coolidge committed his sentence in 1927, after which Garvey was deported to Jamaica. Garvey founded the Universal Negro Improvement Association, or UNIA, which aimed to achieve Black nationalism through the celebration of African history and culture, according to National Archives. He created the Black Star Line, a Black-owned shipping company and passenger line created to bring goods and later people across the Atlantic Ocean. Why did it do that? I'm sorry, y'all. I lost my where I was reading from. And throughout Africa as part of the Back to Africa movement. The predecessor of the FBI under J. Edgar Hoover aggressively investigated Garvey and attempted to sabotage the Black Star Line. Garvey was known to many as the Black Moses. He died in 1940, but his influence reached, it doesn't even say where he died. He died in London, England. He didn't even set foot in Africa. He didn't make it to Africa at all. But his influence reached far beyond his lifetime, inspiring Malcolm X, Nelson Mandela, Bob Marley, and many others. Marcus Garvey was the first. Yes. Marcus Garvey was the first.
Correct. I stand corrected.
Yes, Shabaka. Marcus Garvey was the first man of color in the history of the United States to lead and develop a mass movement. The late Martin Luther King Jr. said of Garvey in 1965, he was the first man on a mass scale and level to give millions to Negroes and make the Negro feel he was somebody. Biden additionally issued pardons to 4 other individuals and commuted 2 sentences. They include 4 people convicted of non-violent drug offenses: Daryl Chambers, a gun violence prevention advocate; Rabbi, an immigrants' right advocate. Sound like one of Kamala Harris' people. Then Don Leonard Scott Jr., an attorney who last year became the first Black Speaker of the Virginia House of Delegates, and civil rights advocate Kiva Smith Padilla. Biden commuted the sentences of Robin Peoples and Michelle West, both of whom the White House said have demonstrated remorse, rehabilitation, and redemption. Their sentences will expire on February 18, 2025. As president, I have used my clemency power to make that promise a reality by issuing more individual pardons and commutations than any other president in U.S. history, Biden said in a statement from the White House. Well, that's the least you could do, especially since you're the architect of mass incarceration. And we're looking up millions of Black people over your time in office as senator, as vice president, and as president of the United States. Biden will leave office on Monday. It is not clear whether he will issue additional pardons before then.
Well, that motherfucker got less than 12 hours.
Yep.
Here's one for you that you're going to love. There was a governor by the name of Ray Blanton, okay? And they voted him out of office, right? I forgot which state he was in. So they called this motherfucker, pardon me, Raph. So what old Ray Blanton did, man, he damn near let out everybody.
Yep.
And they said, well, Ray, you know, these people are this, these people are that. And Ray Blanton said, fuck you motherfuckers, y'all voted me out of office. So hey, I'm just returning the favor. Because why? Because he's got his gubernatorial pension. You see what I'm saying? Just like Kamala is going to pick up 5 of them. Barack Obama is going to pick up 2 of them. See? His pension from the Congress, his pension as the president.
Yep. Yep.
See?
Must be nice.
His pension from, and his pension from the state of Illinois, where he was a member of the House of Representatives there.
Yep. Yeah, that was for a brief
No,
term.
and the U.S. Senate. Yeah, and the U.S. Senate too, because he was the senator from Illinois before he became the president.
Yeah, he didn't even do a whole term though. So why he gonna get a pension? He didn't even do a whole term.
Because he got elected as the president.
But he would get the pension from the presidency, not from the Senate. But okay.
Yeah. See, Nito plays hard on that one right there.
All right,
and then also too,
Shabaka.
And yeah.
What are your thoughts on Marcus Garvey, the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, being posthumously pardoned by Sleepy Jim Crow Biden?
All right. Well, I think Sleepy Joe did it as a form of revenge, but I'm glad he pardoned Garvey because Garvey never should have been arrested in the first place because they tried to hit him with fraud, by this Black Star steamship line. And then the cool part about it is that at that time in history, I believe if Garvey would have been successful, a whole lot of our people, man, would have went back. Say, just due to the level of the racism and the Jim Crowism at the time, the world is being Woo-wee. These desert winds are something else. So on that, Garvey does have his place in our history.
Have his place in our history because it was us that made him famous. It was only the foundation of Americans, descendants of American child slavery freedmen, that embraced his movement because he couldn't get nothing cracking in Jamaica, nothing cracking in the Caribbean. He had to come to Harlem, to New York City, to amass a following of 8 million people, Black people.
And then keep in mind is that Harlem, you got a lot of rich Black history there in Harlem. From the X-Man to Cicely Tyson to Sidney Poitier to, let's see, Ruby Dee, Diana Sands, Claudia McNeil. Let's see some other actors there. And I'm doing this here strictly from memory. And then, but one thing about Sister Cicely Tyson that I have to give her respect for is that she never begged when she neither did Ruby Dee.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, Lady Tay, what do you
think?
I don't think you should. I don't think they should. They should have been fucked in the first place. What the fuck is the party gonna do for him now? I mean, we obviously celebrate him and all that good shit. We have a lot to celebrate from him. What the fuck is a party gonna do for him or any of his family right now if there's any left? So
grandson is still alive.
Like, he didn't make it back home. You know what I mean? So that's a terrible part. He didn't make it back to where he was from. That was fucked up. Of course,
He was from Jamaica. They deported him back to Jamaica. He died in London, England, in 1940.
Yeah, in 1940.
I'm glad he gave us a lot to learn from and a lot to stand on. And I'm glad that we were able to help him get it cracking here. And I'm glad he stayed. And it's terrible that his old country didn't respect him enough to believe in him. I'm glad we took that opportunity to believe in him, and he didn't disappoint us. So, that's all I gotta say about that. And I like celebrating that day, his day.
Yeah. So he didn't even get to see his dream come to a reality at all.
Which is terrible.
He didn't even set foot in Africa. I'm a child of Garbyites. So my great grandparents were Garbyites, meaning they were followers of Garvey in New York City. And they were heavy on that Pan Africanism back then. I mean, it was the thing at the time, but now we're seeing it's not being reciprocated. It's a one-sided affair. And the people that they're allowing over here aren't riders like Garvey. They're not riders like Kwame. They're not riders like that. They're a bunch of damn tethers. And that has to be addressed if we're ever going to have any kind of African unity, any kind of African diaspora unity, whatever you want to call it. That has to be addressed. Otherwise, it's just a dream, a fantasy like Wakanda.
Well, the only thing I can say about that is this. As long as you got these confused ass motherfuckers shoving ketchup up their ass talking about their women, they say that's going to overshadow that greatly. Mm-hmm. It's going to overshadow us greatly. See?
Yeah,
because they're trying to.
That's not addressing the tether issue. We have tethers that are in a position of power that are undermining us. That has to be addressed.
Okay, because they're on puppet strings.
So, we got people of our own lineage that's on puppet strings.
Well, see, but see, the thing is this. Okay, one thing that these Europeans fear, okay, that they would do their damnedest, to prevent from happening, is a global Pan-African movement. They would do all kind of shit. Just they've been doing it. I mean, look at the media, look at their elections. I mean, look at these no good ass politicians on the continent of Africa, except for Museveni, because Traore, he's starting to get compromised. You see what I mean? Say over there and Burkina Faso.
It's funny you brought him up, Shabaka. I have a whole clip about him, but I was gonna save that for later.
Yeah, you might want to put that on there, Brother Jay, because I'm exhausted, man, because I'm about to lay it down. But the show is done for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhancement today. Providing, of course, they don't decide at the last minute to pull the plug on it, you know what I'm saying? That's why I really ain't shared the link, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then, and I'm still, that's what I've been doing all day, man, trying to get the rest of the episodes on these elements, but it's getting glitched, Because I don't even think Blog Talk is allowing me, to put any more episodes, man, on. What's that background noise?
It's not. So it's Shabaka.
Yeah.
So is it gonna let you type up an additional episode or no?
No, I already typed up the episode on it.
Okay, so if we wanted to do another episode after that, will we be able to do it or no?
Theoretically, it should be, is because they're saying they're shutting it down on the.
Yeah, you said the 20th. That's next Saturday.
Yeah, 11 days from now, and we'll see what happens. You know what I'm saying? If they pull that bullshit on us, man, well, we're having technical difficulties, then don't even worry about it. And then I was trying to put on a terabyte, the episode of Trump versus Kaepernick. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It wouldn't let me do it.
I don't know why.
wouldn't let me do it. So I'm thinking, man, is that they are throwing a monkey wrench in on our downloading our episodes, because they pretty much, for all practical purposes, want to kill what we've been talking about anyway. That's why we've been getting those poor listens. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, how the hell we going to have 12 motherfuckers calling in and they're only telling us we got 4 listens?
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
I mean, got 12 motherfuckers calling in. You know what I'm saying? Excluding us. So that's 14, but it's only going to say it got 2 listens.
That's called shadow banning, Shabaka.
That's definitely lying.
And it's real. And it's happening on the party.
That's like the census.
Yeah. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not no Democrat, man. Shit, I don't advocate for neither one of these motherfucking parties, man, because they're 2 sides of the same coin. That's why I tore up my voter registration card, man. I can't waste my time, man, voting for these motherfuckers, man. And every election that I voted in, only about 3 times the motherfucker I wanted to win. Yeah, so let's say on a ratio, if I voted in 20 elections, only 3 motherfuckers won, and the other 17 lost.
Damn.
I mean, so that's just me. It's not worth my time anymore. You see what I'm saying? Okay, but I'm gonna bid you all a good night, man, because my damn back is killing me from this cold, man.
Okay.
Shit, and I gotta turn this fan on. All right. So I'm gonna bid you all a good night, and I'll give you a call after the regime takes over.
The new regime. We're leaving one regime, going to another. So
for all practical purposes. All right, man. So I'll give you a call, man, in a few hours after I wake up.
All right, Shabaka. I'll probably be at the Marade or just finishing up with the Marade.
Yeah. All right, Shabaka.
Okay.
We'll see you
All right, Lady Che.
Sleep well.
Okay. All right. So y'all take care. Talk to you later on today. Okay. All right. And be sure to watch the regime change tomorrow to see what this orange motherfucker is saying. And he ain't giving a speech at the what do they always have? The motherfucker inaugurated that in front of Capitol, right?
The White House lawn. They're moving it inside.
No, they're doing it inside because they're saying it's gonna be too cold, so they're gonna do it inside the Capitol Rotunda. And then just watch all the motherfuckers who be there clapping for him. Stinky Bird gonna be one of them, and Rami Salami, What happened to Busta Rhymes? He got busted. What?
Yep.
Damn.
Another tether bites the dust.
Damn. All right. Okay. I'll talk to y'all later.
Okay.
All right. Have a nice night. Okay.
All right. So that was our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka San Corey. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. We thank him for spending time with us this evening. All right. So moving along, the next topic is Buster Lies crashes out and arrested for assault. It's the same one that told us that FBA DOAS Freeman didn't have no culture and that hip hop was created 50-50 Black and Latino. So, like we stated previously, we've done more in the past 5-6 years than previous generations before us. We got the Democrats out the paint, and now we're knocking these tethers out the paint. Starting with Buster Lies, it got to the point where he had to do commercials for Walmart. And here we are. He gets arrested for assaulting somebody, for recording him or something, I believe. So Black Star TV is going to give us Black Star 2.0 TV. It's going to give us the update on that.
Thank you for the cash apps. I appreciate the love and the support. Please, thank you for supporting the channel. Family, I want to get into this Busta Rhymes thing and how Busta Rhymes has crashed all the way out. And it's just so funny how all the people that has smoked for FBA are finding themselves in a lot of BS. Let's go read this. Now, U.S. rapper and actor Busta Rhymes charged with assaulting a man in New York. Now, I'm going to say this, family. I never knew Busta Rhymes' real name was Trevor Smith Jr. Now, if you was to put Trevor Smith Jr. there and were to supposed to put a face to that name, Busta Rhymes' face would never be in your head.
Right.
No, it wouldn't. You would think that that was a foundational Black American. Trevor Smith Jr. I think I know a Trevor Smith too. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yes, and he's foundational Black American. But Busta Rhymes has been arrested and charged with third-degree assault after allegedly punching a man in the face numerous times. Authorities said the U.S. rapper and actor, real name Trevor Smith Jr., allegedly became involved in a verbal with the 50 cent. Our niggas was up early fighting, boy. Nigga ain't even brush his teeth and get no breakfast. Nigga already punching the nigga in the face. Good God. So it says the victim sustained swelling to the left side of his face. A spokesperson for New York Police Department told PA News Agency the man was taken to a local hospital in stable condition. Following an investigation, Rhymes, 52, was arrested and charged on January 14th with third-degree assault. The offense classed as a misdemeanor and carries a possible prison sentence of up to 1 year in New York if found guilty. Representatives of Ron has been contacted for comment. So look, it's funny too because New York's law is a little bit different than ours in New Jersey. But I'm gonna just speak on New Jersey because that's the people's law who I know the most. New Jersey, a third-degree crime is a felony. That shit is not a misdemeanor, and you can get up to 3 to 5 years in prison. You got first degree, which is like 10 to, I think it's 10 to life. Second degree is third degree is
Sorry, y'all.
FBA, they are crashing. Yo, this picture right here, y'all don't even, yo, you see all the symbolism in that shit? That's that little god. That's that little god that they be worshiping. And then the checkered jacket. Oh man, this nigga on some Masonic crazy shit. Y'all don't even peep that. But yo, okay. And it's funny too, because all the people who have, like I said, all the people that got smoked for FBA are somehow crashing. Fat Joe, Buster, like you name them, they crashing. Everybody that's coming for people, Melly Mel done crashed out and started switching up what he wanted to say. And it's funny because I was watching Dr. Mayat the other day. Shout out to Dr. Mayat. I love Dr. Mayat. I love her content. She's a smart sister. Make sure y'all go subscribe to Dr. Mayat's channel too. Shout out to her. Aunt is a mother. Yo, Aunt be getting on my nerves sometimes. I love Aunt as well. But Aunt, I feel like sometimes he likes to be the opposite opinion just to be the opposite opinion.
Yeah.
He's one of those people. Like if y'all like, because him and Dr. Mayat is on the channel together, I feel like he just disagrees with her just for the sake of disagreeing, for the engagement, you know, for people tune in. You know, everybody don't like everybody. We're not saying that Jamaicans and Puerto Ricans didn't help influence and push hip hop to a different level. We'll even say that you pushed it to a different level, right? You helped push it to a different level because Foundational Black Americans was part of that, getting it pushed to a different level as well. But she said that all we're saying is that the creators, like the people who created this, just were not of your culture. That's it. But you did come in and he was shaking his head yes to that. So you basically admitted that you weren't part of the creation of hip hop. Literally, he shook his head on that. I was like, whoa, he actually, because the way they wrote it here is Dr. Clone disputes Tariq Nasheed and Lord Jamar's position on hip hop. But again, when she said that, yo, he literally shook his head. Yes, like, okay, yeah, that's right. We weren't the creators. Again, so what's the big deal? So look, man, family, look, we done put the pressure. I'm talking about the pressure on people to where niggas is bowing out. Fat Joe, we don't even know where this nigga at. This nigga ain't been around in so long. He just straight up disappeared. And like I said, even about the whole hip hop thing, every time you try to ask, because I did a video on Bemmy who was saying, oh yeah, I agree with Fat Joe with the 50-50 thing. Every time these people speak on these Puerto Ricans who were there during the creation, they never mention a name. They never mention a name ever. And it's just so crazy.
Association. Rock was in the name. Well, where does that come from? There's a root to that. Okay, so in 1969, there is a dance that is formed within the Latino community, the New York City Latino community called rock. Now, you got two versions of rock, and I'm getting this all connects. You got two versions of rock. You have
Now, family, this nigga is stretching. You know why? Because your dance, y'all didn't mess with us. Didn't nobody name their self the rock steadies and all of that because of your dance group.
Right.
No, we're not going with that. And then when he named that group, he just said that they was a graffiti group in 74, and then they switched to a b-boy group in 75. Family. Hip hop was
what you would see a lot
group in 75. Family, hip hop was already going on years before that. We talking about 70, 71. Yes, fam.
what they call freestyle rock, which you would see, they were going to these clubs where these specific DJs were playing this specific kind of music. So it's DJs like Francis Grasso, it's DJs like Alfie Davidson, who was African American, it's DJs like Nicky Siano, it's DJ
hip hop was already going on years before that. We talking about 70, 71. Yes, fam.
What they call freestyle rock, which you would see, they were going to these clubs where these specific DJs were playing this specific kind of music. So it's DJs like Francis Grasso. It's DJs like Alfie Davidson, who was African American. It's DJs like Nicky Siano. It's DJs like Mancuso. And then you got Jelly Bean Benitez and you got Frankie Knuckles, who are their proteges. They're watching these dudes. These DJs are playing for specific people at their clubs. They're playing for these dances that call themselves rock dancers.
Sorry, you keep kicking me out.
But the simple fact that you cool with all these little Spanish people like Crazy Legs and all of that aims from y'all. You see how he keeps just trying to move the needle as well? Yo, Dr. Cologne, y'all are crazy. Like, seriously, y'all Negroes are crazy. Y'all will try anything and say anything to try to just implement yourself in this culture that you are definitely not the original. You're just not the originator, man. Just
Sorry, y'all. Streaming or
in this culture that you are definitely not the originators of. You're just not the originators, man. Just take your L, fam. He's gonna keep switching it up and switching the bar. Like now we trying to say that we got our names. The hip hop people got their names from the dance that you guys made up. Really? Like, family, listen. Derek Cologne, Busta Rhymes, fucking Fat Joe, and all these people, again, these people are plants in the industry. I don't know where Derek Cologne came from. He just came out of nowhere. But the simple fact that you cool with all these little Spanish people, like, crazy legs and all of that, man, listen. You created it. Just Puerto Ricans. You see? That's what it's going to get to. And we not going for that. We not going to let you get us like that, fam. But peace, love, and reparations. Please make sure y'all hit that subscribe button, that like button.
Make sure y'all do the same for Frontline Black News. All right, thank you, Black Star TV 2.0, for this update on Buster Lies getting arrested after assaulting one of
It's
his.
pretty early in the morning, though. It's 10 a.m.
Yeah. All right, ladies, what are your thoughts?
I don't have any thoughts.
You always have thoughts. What are your
No,
thoughts?
I don't have thoughts. My thoughts are checked later. About Busta Rhymes getting arrested?
Yes.
He's wound up too tight right now. He's been wound up for a minute because, you know, he's been acting stupid for like about a year or two or longer.
Mm-hmm.
So it wouldn't surprise me that, you know, he's got something to say or he's moody or, you know, find himself in, you know, he's moody. He's getting older. He's moody. Some men are. Whatever set him off with that dude that he hit, I don't know. It's kind of too early. Or maybe that dude was really working his nerves. I don't know. I don't know.
Assistant.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, why would you hit your assistant? You know you need them, obviously, since you need to have an assistant. Your career is like really nowhere, so that's confusing in itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
You did fucking Walmart commercials. What the fuck you need an assistant for? You only did one. You know what I mean? Like, what does he really need an assistant for? I don't know. Too many questions. Why did he hit a what? I don't know. Straws are too much in his ass. Who knows? Who fucking knows? I'm glad they did press charges on him though. You shouldn't be acting out like that. The thing about hip hop, I'm over it. I mean, like, you can only tell me like, I mean, I can only know for like the last I don't know, God, months and months and months that they didn't create hip hop. It's a no brainer for me. So why would we keep talking about it? They're gonna have something to say about it. Real Fat Joe did it. I don't even know why Fat Joe would want to burn his own motherfucking financial bridge to the ground. He just felt like, you know,
because they're trying to
being
continue to
destructive.
run with this bullshit ass narrative.
No, when he did that, he was self-destructing himself. Like, maybe he just thought he didn't deserve a job or something. That's why he did it. Because other than that, there is no real reason to be undermining the hand that fed you.
Right.
Unless you want to fucking self-destruct. You're doing that shit on purpose. And, you know, got too hot in the kitchen. So rather than get exploited, you know, you're going to set your own fire. So, yeah, okay, cool. Well, so what? But other than that, I mean, we don't have to. I myself personally don't have to hear it every day. I already know. It's every day we'll find some new clue that leads us to the same answer. They did not do it. They didn't do it first. The real problem is that they don't know how to say thank you and show respect. That's really the main issue. That's it. They're lying. You know what I mean? And but you got they've been lying for a long time.
Right.
Yeah, so it's ingrained in them to think that that's the truth, and you know it's not.
They've been lying like this since the 90s.
So I said it's not a lost thing on me. I'm over it. I'm just like every day it's a new, listen to this, and this is how we do. You know what I mean? So it's not it's just so now what? Because now what? You know what I mean? Tariq already made a documentary. They continue to make 1 hour mini docs about it. So fucking what? What's the fucking outcome? Nothing. There's no real solve.
The outcome is gatekeeping our culture.
Yeah, but there's no solve
That's
to
the outcome.
it. We're already doing that. There's no solve
getting
to
these goddamn tethers out the
There's
damn
no
mix.
solve to it, though.
That
Jesse.
is the solve.
No,
to
you
it.
can't. You can't do that.
How
You can't do that.
How can we not do it?
Because that would mean that you don't do this because you know what you're doing right now. Look, we already know it's an FBA thing, right? And,
we know.
And okay, so leave it there. Don't do anymore because you're just adding stress to it. Okay, they know too. It's a full fucking documentary. There's Twitter spaces. Everybody's talking about it to the point where it's like, God, the horse has been dead for fucking
we'll
ever.
know because, like
right?
Chairman Mao said, no investigation, no right to speak.
Right, but we already investigated.
No,
the work
we haven't.
Done.
We haven't seen microphone check yet. So how can we know? So
okay, so if that's the case, why are you so serious?
Because
why is everybody so standing on it?
We're the signal boosters of the new black media.
If they haven't seen it yet.
That's why. And I've been trying to see
As
it.
a follower, man, can't do it.
It's on FBA
I don't
stream
want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it no more because that answer doesn't make any sense for what I was about to say, which is really going to be some really ugly shit. So, to me, regardless of a treating the sheep documentary and out like 30 million 1 hour Latino fucking mini docs, I know, you know, the world knows, everybody who's ever listened to hip hop from that time era, okay, know the fucking truth. Period. Point blank. It's not a motherfucking mystery. It is too late now. You can say whatever, they can do whatever, but it's too late. History has already happened. So now, move forward. It's already too late. They've already integrated. Everything's intermixed. Music isn't what it is anymore. It's a blended fucking chasm of trash. There's very rare good shit comes out right now. Very rare. It's like one every fucking 10 albums. Something good comes across us. As if we're lucky to find it or hear it. So now, I think if the message isn't heard that FBA is gatekeeping all their shit, and it's not felt when people are getting canceled, and the youngins ain't watching, I don't know what the fuck to say, because people are watching this happen in all sections, all sects of musical motherfucking genres right now. People are watching FBA make moves and cancel motherfucking certain culture vulture, culture liars. You dig? So it's not like as foreign or lost as you may think. Everybody and they fucking mama know. Tell you how I know? My motherfucking my brother's father, he knows about this shit. And he's not even on the internet. Make it make sense.
He lived in the era. That's how it makes sense.
What I'm saying is, how in the fuck would he know what we're talking about currently, right? If he isn't on the internet like that. And he's a completely whole separate race. And, okay, mind you, the youngins are doing other different type of shit. One's this way and the other one's like full fucking living a whole Hispanic life with a wife and everything. So where is that influence? How does he know? He's just a random stranger. So everybody knows because it's not a mystery. And so for us to think that, oh, only we know and we got to tell everybody about it is a fucking lie to ourselves. Everybody's been watching. The whole world's watching us right now.
The whole world been watching us.
Right. So
They
I wouldn't
watch
feel so
us,
compelled
they
to feel like
imitate us,
I know I
they
wouldn't feel so
copy
compelled
us.
to say that you got to keep drilling it in because you don't.
No, we do.
No, you don't.
Yes. It's
You
called,
feel like you need
no,
to.
it's called rounding. It's called circling your wagons.
So what? There's nothing you could do about it now.
What do you mean? We're already doing something about it now.
No, you're not because it's all like I just said. The music is all different now.
That has nothing to do with it.
Oh my God!
You could make that same argument.
History's already happened, dude.
Randy.
History's happened.
Randy, you can make that same argument for any other genre that
It's
we
over
created.
because the argument's over with. Yes, it is.
No, it's
History's
not.
already happened.
Okay, history
It's already
happens every
happened.
day. That's
We're
like,
in a whole new phase of fucking life.
she's defeated on it.
No,
I'm
I'm
not.
I don't understand
Keep
what you're
doing what
trying
you're
to
doing,
accomplish.
FBA. Keep
What are you
doing.
trying to accomplish, though?
What do you mean?
What are you
Gatekeeping
trying to
our
accomplish?
culture.
You can't erase Puerto Rican.
Gatekeeping our goddamn culture.
We got
That's
that
what
part.
we're trying to accomplish.
But you can't gatekeep the history of that.
What is
When
the
they
history?
came in
What-
and whatever they
When did
helped
they come
move
in?
or didn't move.
When did they come in?
Who just
And
fucking
what-
Christ.
and what did
Don't
they
antagonize me
influence?
because pay attention.
That's the no. You pay
The
attention.
history's already
That's
done.
what history?
Well, they didn't just magically appear right now in this century of the conversation, right?
For the last 20 years, cuz what history?
Did they magically appear in the conversation? Are they magical motherfucking leprechauns? No. In this period of time,
What
the hip hop
period?
was going on.
What period, cuz?
Jesse, fucking man, because I'm not them, dude. Don't overwork my motherfucking brain. I've been listening to this shit for fucking days on end.
Okay, then you should have an answer then.
Right. And I don't need to give you the answer when you have the same answer. You just want to act like this.
No, I don't.
I don't
Randy.
care, cuz it's whatever.
You don't want to keep
Do
saying I'm
whatever.
over it, I'm lower
All right,
it,
because
I'm
I'm
over it.
following you. I'm following you.
Then do that.
So lead me down the fucking train to nowhere. Of history and the future. We're
You
right
say-
here in the
you keep
present.
saying
though.
history happened, history happened.
They
history
did. You
happened,
can't take
history
them out of history now.
History happens every day.
You
cuz.
can't take them out of it.
What do you mean? They're not part
What
of
do
it.
you mean? They know that.
What did they contribute, cuz?
Whatever they contributed.
What was?
Whatever they feel they contributed.
What did they feel they contributed?
What do you think they contributed?
Nothing.
Not a motherfucking thing to hip hop, right?
Nothing.
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Nothing.
Not one little thread.
No.
Not at all.
Not a
Nowhere
damn
near. it.
thing.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Okay, let's run with that.
I am.
So a whole mysterious motherfucking buffer race of people
Mhm.
at the same time, like just a little bit later, right? Obviously lying and trying to, get up in some shit. That didn't happen.
They didn't. They're not the creators of the.
Got that part. But whenever they
So,
joined in
which
and
was
participated
when?
in, it probably wasn't much longer,
Time,
right?
date, place.
I don't know. Jesse,
If you
put a
can't
fucking
name the
phase on it,
time,
cuz.
you
I don't
can't
care
name the
that much
date,
about it.
you
It's
can't
not a
name the
lost
place.
art on me,
It
cuz.
don't
I don't
mean
need the
shit.
fucking history lesson. I'm older than you.
And you don't even know the history.
No, that's not the truth. I said I don't need to answer you on that. We're gonna listen to the same
This has been the
bullshit
issue
fucking
since
speeches for
day
fucking
one
days because
of
you
us
know how many
starting
people
the
are
show.
covering it?
She don't know the history.
How many people are covering it right now, currently?
Everybody.
Everybody and their fucking mama on the new black media, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So you think I didn't ever heard enough?
Remember, you're older than me.
Okay,
You
so
should know better.
So what do you want to phase? You want to phase them out
They never,
of a history that
they
they
never got
obviously
phased
participated
in. They was never a part of this shit.
Okay, so they never happened though. Is that what you're saying?
Into the 80s.
Okay,
Hip
whatever.
hop been around since the 1920s. Cuz.
Fine, Jesse.
We've been
Fine.
rapping
Whenever they
and
showed up,
doing
you
the
want to
elements
phase
of
them
hip
out.
hop since before
Whenever they showed up, you want to phase them out.
1972.
Whenever they showed up in history, you want to phase them out.
Yes,
Okay. Well, hey, that's your story. Run with it.
I am.
Go ahead. It's cool. Is everybody on that same team?
Yes, that's
All right,
the
cool then.
narrative.
Let's follow that motherfucking train to nowhere. Go ahead.
It's not to nowhere.
It is to nowhere.
How is it to nowhere?
Because there's nothing you could do about that now.
What do you mean?
Again, one more time. Okay. Whatever you're gonna phase a whole buffer race,
They're not a
whole
race.
fucking area.
They're not a
okay,
race.
nationality, ethnicity, whatever fuck. Don't be semantical with me. We didn't want to phase these individuals out from a thing that they obviously didn't create. Obviously. It's obvious, right? You want to phase them all out to present day.
Yep.
So keep in mind, once we let it go, everybody and their mama touched it and put their hands in it somehow. So you want to phase
Put their
out the
hands in it
the
somehow by
fucking
copying
murky
us.
gumbo, and for what? Now we're in present day.
Based off
Now
that
we
logic,
know-
we'll never get our
Now
genres
we
back.
know. No. This has nothing to do with that.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Because they've done the same thing with all the other genres that
Oh
we
my
created.
God! Because what seriously?
Because seriously, they did the same thing with jazz. They did the same thing with rock. They did the same thing with funk.
Okay,
They did the
that's
same
true
thing
too.
with.
That's true too.
Yes, that is true
Okay,
too.
so we're gonna phase out everybody then, right?
Yes.
Phase them all out.
Yes.
So nobody had any fucking piece of it. So that means right now at this moment, according to you, we should see no white person nowhere playing any instrument, no motherfucking Hispanic person, no Indian person, no Jamaican person, no nobody banging a drum, singing back up, nothing, right?
Right.
Contributing, strumming along, helping out, nowhere in anything anymore.
Nope.
Okay, up until present day, right? Okay, well, let's back that track up. Let's go to like 2000. Okay, let's stop right there. After that, it's a murky little gumbo. You want to clean up the murky gumbo there and phase everybody out now?
Yep.
After that, so that means certain groups were never compounded together.
Yep.
That means you kicked out Tethers too.
Yep.
Anchor Baby.
Yep.
They completed whole groups.
Yep.
For what?
They didn't have nothing to do with the shit.
If they contributed in their own way.
What contribution did they have?
Yes.
You keep saying they contributed, but you can't
Certain
name
groups
one.
were all FBA. Certain groups had different members that were from other countries.
Like one. Name one.
God, because you name one.
No.
Mr. Music fucking
You know so
aficionado.
much.
You know.
You older than
And
me.
look, I wouldn't phase
Name
out none of
one.
that shit because it's already happened and we're already right here. And there's only one way to go. Forward.
You always
So
want to go
forward, yes. Forward.
To where?
I don't know. Forward though.
Destination forward where?
I don't know.
Where are we
You
going?
know what you gotta do though? You gotta clean the ignorance out of the music now. That's what you should do. If you want to do anything and start with
Clear
the
the ignorance out.
cleanness.
Because you're the one that listen to nothing but ratchetness.
You're not
I
listening
don't
to what I'm
listen
saying,
to that
Jesse.
bullshit.
Listen to what I'm
I
saying.
know where the good shit is.
Listen to what I'm saying, cuz. Don't take it like I'm telling you you're ignorant. Pause. I'm saying the music is ignorant.
Yeah, because we don't control no labels. We don't control none of the distribution.
But you want to gatekeep now.
Yes.
All right.
Now, like Martin Luther King
Are
said,
we gonna be able
now
to
is the
control
right
it?
time.
Are we
Now
gonna
is
be
the
able to
right
control it?
goddamn time.
Are we gonna be able to control it?
Yes.
'Cause at some point, we really didn't have no control over none
I
of that.
mean,
So
there was a time where we never thought we was gonna get off the plantation.
okay, guys. So
We got
go
there.
ahead. Write it up. Draw it up.
I'm not
Push
defeated.
that music. Go
No,
ahead.
I don't have that
Go
defeatist
ahead. I don't
mentality.
really give a fuck. You can't change history though,
Okay.
and you can't do anything now.
What do you mean? We're doing
But
something now.
first of all, you can't do shit about it.
You're just defeated.
No,
cuz
I'm not, Jesse.
the
I'm
way you're
looking
talking-
forward.
We
If
can't
you want
do
to
nothing
go
now.
forward, cuz.
You can't do nothing
What do you
now.
mean? Do you understand anything I'm saying?
No,
You don't get it.
no, I don't.
Okay. So right now you got all these genres, right?
Yep.
So you know that they're all a combination, a mixture of music, right?
Yep.
All right. And it's all fucking weird, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so what do you want to do about that?
You gotta
You're
keep
gonna have
that
to
too.
stop right there and clean it up,
We're already doing that, buddy.
right? And then move forward, right?
Whatever moving
You're gonna move forward,
is.
right? So that means no music for nobody else. It's all FBA.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
That's
all
how it
right.
was in the beginning.
All right, cool. So who's gonna fund that?
Us,
With what?
our money.
With what?
We have $2 trillion. What do you
Okay.
mean with what?
Currently, who's gonna fund that now? Like,
What do you
I mean, and nobody's in your world because there's no other music that exists right now. So that means everybody's got kicked out for musical appropriation and fucking thievery.
Yeah, they should.
Okay, cool.
They really
They
should.
should. Yeah, you're sure. You're right. All right. So what are you gonna do about that though?
What do you you mean, what am I
First of
going
all,
to do about it?
how are these people going to get paid off their talents?
We're a whole lineage.
How is the lineage going to get paid off the talents that they've obviously had since millennia?
That's part of the reparations claim.
Oh my God. Okay.
That's how.
So basically, when we accomplish this grandiose feat that we're working in right now, currently, the agenda to pass reparations, that's when FBA should just start taking over their own life and their own music now.
We're already
And
doing that
gatekeep
before.
now.
Now, there's never a wrong time for justice, because.
What did I just say? God damn it.
No, you keep saying no, no.
Because you can't change
It's
history.
not now when. It's not now when.
That's what I'm saying. I'm moving forward.
I'm saying right now.
I'm moving forward right now in
You're
the present.
moving forward, but you're not moving at all. You're
I'm
stagnant.
in the present, going forward, Jesse. What the fuck do you mean?
Stagnant. How you
I'm not stagnant.
forward? Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. My brain is forward thinking.
Okay, then what's your forward thinking brain thinking?
First of all, I wouldn't waste 30 minutes arguing with you about this because you don't make sense.
No, you're not making sense.
No, I do make sense.
No, you're not.
Yes, I do. Because you just
literally
don't
keep
understand
repeating
it because
yourself.
you're not listening.
Keep saying the same thing over and over and over
Why
again.
doesn't it make sense to
and
you?
thinking that's going to make it more.
Why doesn't it make sense?
More right or more
It's not
true?
right. Okay, fine. Fuck it. You're right. But why doesn't what I'm saying make sense to you?
Because it's just the same. Move forward. Move forward. Okay?
Yes, we got to go forward, Jesse. Yes, we have to.
Move
we
forward
have
to where?
I don't know. The
There has
next
to be
phase
a
of music.
destination with this.
I don't
moving
know
forward.
what the next generation of music
It's like one
is.
of those. It sounds good, but what does it really look like?
I don't know, Jesse. What do you have planned for music?
Gatekeeping all of our
Okay,
genres.
aside from that, what's it sounded like? What does it sound like? What instruments are involved? What type of tones? Is there a genre to it? Like,
There's
is there a beat? Is there a
several
fucking hum?
genres to
Can you
it.
give us an example?
Every genre that we've created since we've been in this country.
So you're gonna keep.
So
you're
country,
basically not gonna acknowledge
jazz,
anybody else.
gospel, blues,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
rock,
Okay.
R&B,
Okay. Cool.
soul.
So you're gonna do that now, right?
Yes, we're doing it right
So,
now.
According to you, who should get to make music and who shouldn't?
FBA.
And nobody else.
Nope. They're guests. If they make it, they're guests, and they need to understand their goddamn place. The problem is we let all these goddamn guests in, and now they think they run the fucking house.
Who's gonna be the manager of the dictator to dictate to them that they can't make music with anybody
The
else?
lineage, those that's on code.
So somebody that lineage-wise is gonna be like, look, I'm sorry, but I don't care if you make excellent music with your little drums and trumpets over there, but you're not FBA, and only we can work with FBA.
We was the first ones doing the shit.
what you're trying to say?
The only reason why they had those bands is because they wouldn't allow us to play in certain parts of the country, so they had to have white musicians to play the same music that we were already playing.
Okay, so that's
So
what you're telling
yes,
me now.
yes,
So there's no musical freedom now.
no,
Now that we've all had it,
no,
spicy multicultural
no,
fucking
no,
gumbo that we
no.
created,
This is
right?
not no goddamn melting pot.
It is. We
No,
created it. Yes, it is.
no, it's not.
Yes,
It's not
it
a
is.
melting pot.
Yes, it
It's
is.
never been a melting
It's a
pot.
fucking gumbo right now.
No, it's not. It's not.
Oh, it isn't?
No,
Okay.
it's not at
Show me how it
all.
isn't.
It's not.
Show me
Everybody
how it
can just bring their own little ingredients and put.
No. We allowed them to.
And now we're cutting them the fuck off.
But history's already happened.
Brandy.
Right? You can't take it back.
And the history is we created all these genres, and now we're going
Right.
back, round in the bend, circling our wagons, and gatekeeping our shit, like we
That's
should have been
understandable,
doing
Jesse.
since day
But
one.
What you're doing though
God.
is
You're just being contrary.
No,
just
no,
be
no.
contrary.
I understand. Do you want to gatekeep this? That's great. I understand that.
It's
That
not
makes
we
sense.
want to gatekeep.
I
We are
understand. It
gatekeeping.
makes sense. It's understood. But what doesn't make sense
What doesn't make sense?
is that you're ignoring
What are we
all the way
ignoring?
up to this point.
What are we ignoring?
I don't know.
What did they
you're
contribute?
just making it worse. So it doesn't matter. I agree with you. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, I'm gonna be passive. I agree with you. It's whatever you say. I'm following you, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going down your dark hallway.
Mhm.
So hey, that sounds good to me. You like it? I love it. Can we please stop arguing about it? Because I'm not in the position to financially, just do anything. So it's whatever, you're the leader. I thought the code was the leader.
The
But
code
we're
is
obviously
the
we're not
leader.
on code here
What does that not have to do with the code?
because it's just we're soft. It's just a soft code
It's
conversation.
supposed to just be a free fall.
No,
Everybody just
Jesse,
have acts. Our culture is just everybody else's
we
property,
gave it to him. We allowed
and now
this.
we're taking it back.
Okay, now we're taking it back. You realize that with that, there has to be some sort of responsibility with it.
Obviously,
Right? Consequences and repercussions, right?
yes.
Okay.
And
So
we're dishing them out.
So we
We're
know
literally
that, right?
just showing y'all examples of us dishing out those competitions
So we
and
know.
repercussions.
We know, and we know that there's levels of this, right? Okay, just so we know, we're all on the
There's
same
always
page.
levels to
Go ahead,
this.
man. I'm with you. Hey, whatever you say. You know more than me. I'm following you. Hey, it's understood. And then say less. I'm saying less. It's understood.
Exactly, Kukisi. Yeah, Kukisi said he co-created tortillas. Right. Like, what the fuck? When people was out there rabbit ass minds.
So if you did, do you take out, if you co-created tortillas, do you exit out the other person that helped make the tortillas? Like they didn't exist and that part of history didn't happen?
He's being facetious.
Oh, I'm just asking. It's a real question.
He's joking.
I know. I'm just asking. It's a real question. Because you just want to phase out history altogether.
Really?
No, I'm serious. I understand. I understand.
Phasing out history.
I understand.
We've
You just
been
said,
written out of the history.
Oh my God, cuz. So that. Oh
We've
my God,
literally
you
been
get it.
written out. You don't know
No,
because
you
you didn't
don't
go to.
get
No,
it.
you don't get it.
No,
You
don't
didn't
get
go
it,
to
what
school,
you're saying.
cuz. I
No,
did.
I don't have to
I
go
actually
to
went
school
to
to know
school,
what
cuz.
what
I
this
took a
is,
whole
though.
class on this shit.
Jesse,
I had
you
a whole
can't teach
professor
this.
try to tell me this bullshit
Jesse,
that
you
hip hop
can't
was
teach
created
this.
50-50 black and Latino
No.
and
That's not what I'm saying.
Jamaicans and
That's not what I'm
Dominicans
saying,
and
Jesse.
all these other groups have
That's
something to
not
do
what
with
I'm
it
saying.
and all of
That's
this
not
shit.
what I
And I
said.
gave her pushback then. This was
That's
fucking
not what I
13
said.
years ago.
That's not what I said.
What
Jess.
are you saying then? Because
It's
you're just
very
all over the
clear.
place.
You said the whole shit started because they didn't create hip hop, right?
They didn't.
Facts. Okay, so why do we gotta hear it every day? It's a known fucking thing. It's known. They didn't create it.
It's known.
They lied.
It's known
We
where?
know.
Find a book where it's known. I'll wait. Because unlike you, already read, I read several books on hip hop.
What the fuck does that have to do with
Can't
anything?
stop, won't stop.
Were you not listening?
Were you not listening? They wrote us out of the fucking history.
Oh
That's
my
the whole
God,
fucking point. God damn.
Look, I listen to music. I was there.
Nobody co-created hip hop. Black Americans are absolutely the mothers and fathers.
We know.
How many parents do you have? You have two.
I know,
a mother
Keezy. I get it.
and a
I
father.
get it. I'm not. That's not the argument that me and him are having. I understand that part. I understand that part. It's not even fucking lost on me. It's not lost on me at all. He's just making it like that. It's not a lost art. I'm saying, why do we gotta hear about it every day if it's known? Did you know? I knew. We knew. It's not lost. Anybody who's been making fucking music knows. Jesus. We know. Like, this is not lost.
We clearly don't know, because if it wasn't lost, we wouldn't have to have a microphone check. We wouldn't have to have these discussions, because what's understood don't need to be said.
Okay, but I didn't need to hear it, so I was
It's
cool
not
on it.
for you. Everything's
Jesse, what
not
do you
for
mean,
you, cuz.
All right, cuz.
It's for the
carry on with
viewers.
the fucking show, dude, please. Because you're really, like, you're doing a lot.
It's literally for the viewers,
Dude, you're
cuz.
doing a lot. Like, a lot.
People that tune in.
It's fine. It's fine. I apologize.
Jesus.
Carry on with the show. You're right, I'm wrong. I apologize. That's understood. Carry on, please.
He just said start giving false credit, and before you know it, folks are gonna say they created themselves and we didn't do shit. Exactly that part.
That part is understood. Again, it's not lost on me. I understand what's I understand. I understand. Okay, that's not the fucking point of the discussion that we're really having. But I understand. You're right. Absolutely, 150 fucking %. I agree. Oh, please carry on, please, because please, next topic.
All right, so another chatter bites the dust, like I said to begin with, and Buster lies. This is what you get. You try to say we didn't have no culture. You try to say that Jamaicans influenced hip hop. You try to say all this bullshit, and you got G checks for it. And now you have to resort to working at Walmart, doing Walmart commercials, and now your ass is in jail for assaulting your damn assistant. So moving along, which is the same kind of topic
real quick.
that we're moving
He
along to.
didn't just get, so you actually went to jail? Did you get out of jail?
He's in jail. Didn't you hear what he just said? Yes.
Did he get out?
I don't know if he posted bail because I don't know all of that.
Yeah.
I just know that he crashed out and was arrested for assault. Like Alpha did a whole 4-hour show on the shit.
All right.
All right. So black men. Next topic is black men with white friends was left to defend himself against anti-black racists. That's why we keep telling y'all we have no goddamn friends. So this fool thought that these crackers he was around were his friends, and they were gonna come to his defense and defend him against these white supremacists, and he got a rude awakening.
I don't know when some black people just don't learn. You know, you have a black person and they're around all their white friends, and they don't understand that their white friends are always going to be on code with the anti-black racists. Case in point, check the video out.
Watch yourself. You watch out, bro. Yeah, watch out here. I'm a cop. What are you gonna do? You're a cop. You pushed me. You walked right in front of me and bumped me. You're in my face, bro. Yeah, I am. Tough guy. What are you gonna do? I'm right here. What are you gonna do? 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 Don't do it. Exactly. Stop it. You someone's dad. Kid, bro.
Happen. Look at those so-called friends of his and say, "Oh, so y'all, so, bro, you wasn't gonna say nothing. You didn't stand up for me. Nothing at all. You saw what was going on. You didn't say nothing. That I would have left right then and there, bro. You need to get you some black friends, because if you'd had some black friends standing there, if there had been a bunch of black men and women standing there, oh, you would have had to back up, because they were like, hey, what's good? Like what's your problem, bro? You got a problem? That's exactly what happened. And because he knew that his people be on code with him, that's why he tried you. He wouldn't have tried that if it was a bunch of black men and women standing right there. He wouldn't have tried that crap. You got other brothers there with you. No. He tried you because he knew they wasn't gonna say nothing. I can't be around nobody that's gonna sit up there and really watch. But I understand they on code with each other. They are. I've seen that so many times over the years, that they be in code with each other, on code with each other, and then the black person sitting there looking like Boo Boo the Fool. Like, just can't believe that they friends that don't say nothing. No, they're not gonna say nothing because they're not trying to. Because saying something for you or in defending you is gonna put them on the outs in their white supremacy system. And I said this, they would never jeopardize their position and their comfort for the likes of you or the likes of me.
And I understand that. But it's when some of you don't understand.
Right here. That's what it is. What did you say? What are your thoughts about this black man being out with his white friends and him being damn near assaulted and them just standing around not doing nothing?
I don't understand why he didn't expect that to happen. He should have known that was going to happen. I mean, it's almost like you can't, like he's never experienced racism before. Like, you know what I mean? Like, come on, man. As old as he is, I doubt that. I doubt that. Like, maybe that's not even a good reason right now. I mean, there's been plenty of cases where white people have taken a brother or sister up to to go camping, and that motherfucker ended up dead.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we covered like 4 or 5 of those cases on the Frontline Black News a few years back. You know, and the parents said, well, why? She was because he was hanging out with them. And when you're by yourself in a place like that, it's either you're the prey or you're the target. You know, either way, it's never going to be good for you. You know, and to not have at least one other black person there, you know, is really bad. So you know, he kind of did that. Even like I don't know what he was expecting.
He was under the illusion of inclusion.
Right. Doesn't make sense.
Off code as hell. But this is the consequences for being on code. So don't get on code, and that's what you have to deal with. Find you some better friends, like Uncle Phil said. Some people is not your friends at all. All right, moving along, we got fans. Did Snoop and Nelly betray hip hop? Fans blast Trump's performance. So I guess Snoop and Nelly performed yesterday or day before yesterday for Trump's inauguration, and people were upset about it. So Dewan B did a whole show on it. So I'm gonna play some of it. I don't think I'm gonna play all of it. I'm gonna play most of it. Him speaking on this, and Nelly went on Willie D's live and was explaining himself to Willie D, because Willie D was like trying to get on him about performing at Trump's inauguration or whatever.
What's up, y'all? Sorry about the mix-up. We back. We are here. We are back. Sorry about the mix-up. We back. I got to up in my audio. Still a very small platform relative to theirs. And I pulled back for a little bit, talking a lot of music stuff in like 2023. I pulled back, like just really. I talked music, but I didn't really give y'all what I could give y'all. And I still can't give y'all everything because some of that stuff is Patreon only because I be playing music. You know, I be having to play the music. So, but I had around mid 2024, I kind of had a thought. It was like, so what if people are taking my talking points and not giving me credit? They can't say it like me. And these aren't my talking points, aren't mine. It's because I study. And certain things are firsthand experiences. And when I listen to these cats out there, I know who's taking from me and who's not. Because some stuff I say is firsthand experience or straight up conversations I've had with some of these legends in music. But when I hear them say what I have my stuff without giving me credit, they fumble over it anyway. So it's like, why have the people suffer and not get information? Because there are information thieves out there. First off, information is universal. I don't believe in holding on and hoarding information. You should never hoard information. Right. Information should be shared freely. And then people do what they do with it. You know, at least $160. And while we're so focused on hip hop, we got so much music out there that the world is just making money hand or fist on, that black children don't even know we created. Black adults. You dig? So I had to say, you know what, man, I'm not about to hoard this shit. If somebody takes something I said, fine, whatever. Information is universal. It's out there. But can't nobody say it like me. And that's not even bragging. So to you people out there, to you content creators that like to come and listen to this channel, take a snippet of what I said and try to synthesize that into what you say, you're obvious. And it's best to be open and transparent so you don't end up fumbling over your words looking like a goddamn fool. And to the honest ones out there, your Thought Crimes, Black Alpha, Lord Jamar, the ones who really are just about the information, salute to y'all. And I'm leaving people out. I'm leaving a lot of people out. You know, because I can't think of all these names off the top of my head. And you know, so I pay honor and respect to people like Tariq for putting me in microphone check. You know what I mean? I pay honor and respect to those who share the information, because information is to be shared and not hoarded. But at least give up where you got it from, because for those who've been hiding under a rock, Nelly and Snoop are under fire for performing at one of the Donald Trump crypto ball or whatever. And a lot of people have an issue with it. And if you notice, the primary issue comes from a lot of your left-leaning Negroes. Your Roland Martins, your Root, who I don't even know who reads the Root, but for whoever's still reading the Root, them,
the Rock,
and a lot of your Democrats are having major issues with this. And here's what I got to say about that. First off, all politicians are corrupt. When it gets to the presidency, all of them are racist. And yes, I say that with clarity, because racism is the maldistribution of resources based on skin color. How a group of people can generate so much and be so poor is not because those people are stupid. It's because there's a system in place to disinherit Black people from our creations. That's racism.
Yep.
whether it be inheriting us from our money like Kamala Harris did, Nina Simone's estate, taking the estate from her daughter. This only $1 million worth big was broken up. Racism is all about that. It's a business. It's about dollars and cents. And racism uses black people oftentimes as the vanguards of racism. Shields, that Derek Carr guy that teaches out of Howard. Oh, your music ain't it's African. Don't want to give black people in America shit. They use academia to do it.
Yeah.
Oh, this is black and Latino. Okay, what part of Latin culture and music is in this thing? But it's black and Latino. Oh, jazz is black and French. Okay, name the French music in jazz. I'll wait. French got their own sound. What part of their sound is in jazz? They either disinherit us from it or they act like it don't exist. They act like funk didn't exist. They don't even talk about funk. Even though funk undergirds hip hop and pop still to this day on the one. And since they couldn't take funk, they basically defunded funk by not funding funk bands throughout the 80s and allowing the sound to grow. So that's the system at play. That's the system that's at play. And with that system, black artists have to get in where they fit in. We find ourselves, artists find themselves and ourselves in a quagmire all the time, oftentimes. You know, the world hates us. But they cannot our music. People are going to take credit, but in order to be a good musician, you to be an artist that people want to listen to, you gotta hone your craft. And black Americans hone our greatness in segregation, in church, at home, on the street corner with the doo-wop gangs doo-wop singers back in the day. In the rap ciphers, the battles that happened on Long Beach Boulevard, on Crenshaw Boulevard, on Flatbush Ave, or wherever in New York, on Peachtree in Atlanta. That's where the music is honed and it gets good. And once it gets good, we got to go perform in venues that don't fuck with us. Deal with lawyers that don't like us. Every step of the way as a black artist, you're dealing with racist weirdos that don't fuck with black people. And in a government that creates systems to disinherit the best of the absolute best of black artists from their wealth. So that's the groundwork I'm laying for what we're talking about here. No matter who you're dealing with in politics, you're dealing with the enemy. You're dealing with the enemy. Right? We publish on YouTube. We're all on YouTube right now. We're on the enemy's platform right now.
Facts.
Leave Cohen is who controls YouTube music. Leo Cohen broke into Professor Griff, a lifelong bastardization of black music. From Def Jam to Island Def Jam, Leo Cohen has been the person responsible for putting the least talented black artists on while Xing out the more talented black artists. But we're still here on Leo Cohen's platform and the people who own Google. We're dealing with the enemy right goddamn now. I'm also on Twitter right now. So salute to everybody watching on Twitter. Elon Musk is the obvious motherfucking enemy.
Yep.
Elon Musk don't like us, and he uses racism to rally the right wing white folks. He's always talking racist stuff to fool the rank and file white supremacists.
Yep.
No matter where you go as a black entertainer, you're going to have to deal with the enemy. So to listen to people isolate Trump as the enemy is very rich. And yes, I'm saying Trump is the enemy. I don't like him either. Trump is over here pushing for all you white supremacists or wannabe white supremacists coming in here trolling. Trump is pushing the H-1B visa program to take your jobs too. The H-1B visa program is to take out second-generation immigrants who've gotten Americanized and want to live to American standards. This H-1B visa program is to take you motherfuckers out. They've already effectively wiped black people out of the system when it comes to a lot of this stuff. These H-1B visa programs that Trump and Elon Musk is pushing for is to take white people out and second and third generation immigrants out. Because you motherfuckers have gotten too Americanized and y'all want to get paid like an American. Y'all want American worker rights. Y'all want all those things that parents and grandparents didn't give a fuck about your monkey ass out. So you can come in here and be trolled. So when we talk about Trump, Snoop Dogg doing this for Trump, how do we go from Make America Crip Again album 2017 with that EP saying that he don't fuck with Trump, never will fuck with Trump, anybody who do is a jigaboo, to this? Okay, let's go there. What we see Snoop doing. Oh, before I go there, Patreon members, at 6 o'clock Pacific time today, I'm doing a music breakdown of the sounds and the rhythms that go into hip hop. We're gonna go through a lot of the songs that were sampled. We're gonna play some of the older rap music from before 1973, and we're gonna have a musical breakdown of hip hop before it was coined the term hip hop. But that's later on Patreon. It'll be free on Twitter, but the replay, I'm telling you right now, it's free to everybody. It's on live. You want to catch it live? It's live for free. But it's once the show's over with, it's only gonna be on Patreon, all right? And we'll have a Patreon exclusive follow-up to that. All right? We are going to have a Patreon exclusive follow-up. All right, so back to what we low-key disrespect for both parties. Neither parties, in my opinion, deserve our respect because they ain't done nothing to deserve it. But if you have a demand on a party, on a political demand or a political request, the party that answers your request is the party that did something to deserve your loyalty. A lot of Americans have gotten it twisted. It's a politician's job to do things with their political power to enhance and grow and to give what you can give. We all pay taxes. We also be getting a little bit of something back for that. Whether it be a tax break, a law being passed, or a pardon. Harry O was up for a pardon under Obama. Obama didn't pardon Harry O. Snoop, obviously, as you see right now with Death Row Records, has business dealings with Harry O. Donald Trump, look at what Donald Trump did. That I'ma line y'all on up. Trump heard that. With Trump hearing that, Trump also knew that he'd be running again in 4 years. He had just lost to Biden, and he knew if he wanted a political future, he's going to have to do something. And what he did was he pardoned Harry O on his last day in office. Trump's last day in office, when he knew when he had to give up the seat of power to Biden, Trump pardoned Harry O, Snoop's business partner, in spite of the things that Snoop said about him, because it's politics. It's not personal, it's business. So Snoop, in turn, 4 years later, I'm sure the Republican Party met his honorarium to the fullest of extent. I know that nigga ain't DJing for free. Snoop, in turn, changed his stance on Trump. And for you politically immature dickheads out there, you're the ones that are wrong, not him. It's like what Professor Black Truth says. You're supposed to be whores with your vote and saints with your wallet. We're supposed to be political whores. And when I say political whores, I mean willing to give it up to anybody who give you something. Give me something, you got my vote. I ain't loyal to shit. You got my support. You give me something, you got my support. And since the time that Harry O has been freed, Snoop and Harry O have been doing business together with the new Death Row Records. And if we look at it, that's really what politics is all about. That's what politics is all about. You give me something, I give you something. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. It's not personal. But black folks, oftentimes, one of our issues culturally, one of our cultural issues is We're always looking for people to like us. We don't live in that kind of a world where people like you, to do business with you. One thing, and that's one thing that has gotten us in when he had the son. What was black folks saying? Oh, Bill Clinton is black. He like us. He got my vote. And then what did he do? Turn around and allow crime Bill Biden to create and draft some of the most harmful legislation ever to Black America. All because, oh, he black, we like him. Then turned around in 1996 and signed the Telecommunications Act, which basically killed black radio within a few years. Now you can't find a black DJ out here on the West Coast unless it's the one black-owned radio station, KJLH by Stevie Wonder. You can't find decent black TV program because of that goddamn Telecommunications Act. Bill Clinton was hell on black people, but he was allowed to be hell because niggas was looking for somebody that they liked, not paying attention to business. You dig? So this is about business. And the sooner black people get to understand that, the sooner we get to be creative and find out how we going to get ours in the middle. You dig? You're right, Accolade 310. Pardons aren't cheap. You think Snoop's boy gonna get Snoop worked on behalf of getting somebody pardoned? You don't think he gonna owe something in the future? That's politics, baby. That's just politics. And chat room, my mods, let people, like, if people want to say things that are contrary. Oh yeah, NAFTA too. Yep. If people want to say things that are contrary, mods, I don't mind people disagreeing. Allow people to disagree, because we're just going to have those people who disagree. We're just going to have them call in. But the only thing my mods should not tolerate, don't tolerate bad jokes. If people gonna crack jokes, them niggas better be funny, mods. If people want to come in and crack jokes and they don't make you laugh, then give them 5 minutes to think of don't benefit the whole show, but give them 5 minutes to go and write down a better funny joke, and hopefully it's funny. All right. Only funny jokes. Only funny jokes. Funny jokes get to stay. But let's take it even further. 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 Black people have been performing for racist politicians for a long time. Let's do a little history lesson real quick. I made this post yesterday, and I put it up on here. But for those of you who don't know, there was a black musician named Blind Tom Wiggins, who was around in the 50s, in the 1850s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, died in the early 1900s. Blind Tom Wiggins was the first black person to perform for a president. He performed for James Buchanan in 1860, before the election. Pro-slavery President James Buchanan. Blind Tom Wiggins was a slave, born a slave, composed over 7,000 songs. Composed over 7,000 songs. Blind Tom Wiggins performed as an 11-year-old for James Buchanan. He also, during the Civil War, performed for Abraham Lincoln. He also performed for Jefferson Davis during the Confederacy. Yes, he was a slave. But even after he was freed from slavery, he was still signed to what we now call a slave contract. And in spite of the political field, he still performed. Performing for presidents is something that Black American entertainers have been having to do for a long time. You have Sister Rita Jones. She performed for President Harrison in 1892. You have the Fisk Jubilee Singers. They performed for Ulysses Grant in the 1870s. And you have Marian Anderson, who performed for Roosevelt in 39. None of those presidents fucked with black people. None of them. The closest you can get to it was Ulysses Grant, because Ulysses Grant did fight on the side of the Union, and he did offer the Reconstruction protections for Black Americans. You're right. James Brown endorsed Nixon. Pro-Black James. This is the I'm Black and I'm Proud era of James Brown endorsed Nixon. An artist's job is to perform. It don't matter who the audience is. An artist performs. And when you live and you're in a system of white supremacy to where you're behind the 8 ball, you're going to make some tough choices, whether you are a singer, rapper, or at your job. How can you, especially for a lot of y'all cats in the DMV area, and not to everybody over there, but just wants to fit this you work anywhere in the country, you're working for racism. You're giving your labor to racists. You teach at an accredited university, you're working for a racist system that purposely hides Black creations and innovations and purposely disinherits Black people from our shit. Even if you work for Howard, you're working for an organization that fired Dr. Francis Cress Welsing and Dr. John Henry Clark and the black people who really work for black people. You work for Citibank. You're working for a racist organization that funded slavery and slave ships. State Farm Insurance. You're working for racism. Can we tell the whole truth? So before y'all come in, well, why would you do that? Nigga, well, are you going to quit your job? Because unless you're working for a black CEO, not even black CEO, for a black company, black privately owned company, a black bank, or working for yourself like me, then at that point, all right, cool, you're not working for a racist. But even if I work for myself, I still got to deal with racists. Still got to partner with racists at some point. Because we're behind the 8 ball. Yeah, you're in the military, former military, cop. If you're making money in America, you're either directly or indirectly supporting racism economically. I don't work for anybody. I work for myself. I got my own companies. But my companies have to intersect with racism if I want to make some money. And that's just what it is. You're right. Even if you're working for yourself, I'm going to have to pay AT&T for my internet bill. AT&T would rather hire a call center from India than hire a black person from Compton in their call center. My phone is through Verizon. White supremacy, baby. What has Verizon done to help black people and put money in the hands and pockets of black people? Nothing I can think of. But I'm going to pay their asses every month. I'm broadcasting right now from an Apple computer. I got Apple laptops. Mark Zuckerberg is a racist motherfucker. Still got these MetaQuest 3s. Because I got to tell jokes in the metaverse every Wednesday at 4 o'clock. You can't escape it. Even if you put these on and go to the internet, you got to go through a racist means of people, a racist organization, racist company to get here. So we as Black Americans, we have to pick and choose when we're going to interact and intersect with the system of white supremacy, because you're going to have to interact and intersect with them. So salute to Snoop and Nelly, Rick Ross, and anyone else who performed. And Nelly actually made a good point on Willie D's show. Thanks my man Ruben for sending me this video. Let's play this clip from Nelly talking about why he worked for Trump.
I thought you was riding with me because I put on for my city and I try to bring my city up every step of the way. I did not know you was riding with me because you thought I would ride for who you voted for. I didn't know that. I apologize. I apologize. I didn't know that I had to agree with your political choices, and I thought it was the things that you do. It wouldn't even be an argument. He's the president. He won. This isn't a campaign. This isn't an RNC. I'm not out on the political campaign. I didn't get none of that 1.5. You see what I'm saying? Like to try to help somebody get voted.
Kamala didn't invite you to
No. She didn't invite.
See, I didn't get none of that 1.5. Nelly makes a good point. He's not campaigning for anybody, and that is a difference. That difference. I'm glad I heard that part from Nelly, because that difference. Nelly made a great point. I didn't even think about it. That difference has to be noted. Dude already won. He's in power for the next 4 years, whether you like it or not. He's not campaigning telling you who to vote for. Taking money and telling someone who to vote for is a completely different thing than performing for the victor's ball. They already won. This isn't a national TV, let's rally around support and let's grow love for Trump. No. This is it's already been decided. It's already been done. Let me go make my bread. And then the politics pay good money. They pay good money. You're not telling anybody who to vote for. All you're doing is performing songs, in Nelly's case, that are 20 years old, that, in my opinion, helped destroy hip-hop. But that's a whole other subject. That's a whole other subject. Nah, I salute Nelly. I just didn't like country grammar, but nah, Nelly didn't do nothing. So I'm just playing. Nelly didn't do anything to destroy hip-hop. He just made good, fun music that wasn't my style, but it was still good, fun music for a lot of people. As evidence is him still being able to request his honorarium fee to perform. So when you perform for Live Nation, you performing for a racist organization, Ticketmaster. Makes a great point. He's not asking for anybody's vote.
Like, so the brothers and sisters that I'm doing this because the same way that our men and women, our brothers and sisters who protect this country, have to go to war and have to put their life on the line for whoever in office.
That part is what I wanted to get to right there. Respecting the office. Even though I don't respect any politician, fuck them all. The office of the presidency is still where we have to go to get what we want. And that's part of politics, is dealing with people you don't like. Just this time 2 years ago, Trump and Elon Musk hated each other. Trump and Musk hated each other. And they probably still do. They probably still do hate each other. But they got mutual business interests. Appreciate the super chat, Felix Speaks. Yes, and salute to Dewan and salute to Nelly and Snoop for getting off the Democratic plantation. It's a good point, Felix Speaks. So this ties to what you were saying about black musicians and the word diplomats and the world diplomats for America. Yeah, black music has always been used as diplomacy for the world and black American music around the world. It's always being used. Yeah, you go down there. Booker T. Washington was criticized when he had the dinner with Theodore Roosevelt, extremely racist Theodore Roosevelt. And it was a mostly symbolic gesture. Roosevelt didn't do anything to directly impact Booker T. Washington. But what it did was, through Booker T. Washington going to meet with the president, it raised the profile of his university. It brought more legitimacy to his university just by the world seeing the president open up his doors to this black man. The first time the president opened his doors to a black man. That solidified the legitimacy of Tuskegee Institute, which is now known as Tuskegee University. Just that move, the symbolism of him meeting with the president, validated not to just him, but also a lot of black people. Black people talk all that hot shit they want. But let's tell the whole truth. Niggas don't be really fucking with black shit until a white person validates it. Niggas wasn't fucking with President Obama until he won Iowa. Let's tell the whole goddamn truth. They wasn't fucking with his old fake black ass till after them white folks validated it. Let's tell the whole motherfucking truth. And other white institutions who may have been hesitant to help send money and to fund and to help out Tuskegee Institute, that move legitimized it, the university, in his favor. Somebody said the black university got to raise money to get to the party. Yes, dummy. Everybody going has to raise money to get to the inauguration. The white ones too. That's part of it. And as a band, that when 40 years from now, that black university that's playing for the Trump inauguration, when they're recruiting band members, they're going to be able to say, this band played for the 2024-25 inauguration. That's the stamp that HBCU is going to have on this record. You came to kick it, baby boy. Baby boy came to kick it. Rocky when he rocking on the door. So you want to kick it? Ain't no. See, I like Rocky. See, Rocky don't lick. Something I love about Rocky, he don't be licking shit. You came to kick it, Rocky? All right, cool. Here you go. Rocky came to kick it. What's up, Quan? Yeah. They raised over 300 grand. See, that's what's up. That's what's up. So that's what it is. We are the United States of America. And that's why I keep a red, white, and blue flag on me. Because this is my motherfucking country, no matter how racist the president is. What's up, B. Polly? So that's just what it is. And I don't have an issue with it. I don't have an issue with it because they're all racist. All of them. And if Trump is going to pardon somebody that Snoop asked to be pardoned, I'm cool with it. Now let's go to the next level. I was watching some other YouTube shows and stuff. I was watching some other stuff. a lot of people were complaining about Snoop. I heard one channel in particular talk about, well, not one channel. I heard about 4 channels talk about, and I like all 4 of the channels that I listed that said this. So I'm not going to dime them out because overall, and I, you don't have to agree with everybody, you know. I don't agree with these channels, but I'm not going to dime them out because it's still great channels. They were saying things like, well, Trump should have been canceled. I mean, Snoop should have been canceled a long time ago. Listen to his music. It's all gangster stuff. First, Snoop was a gangster, then he was a pimp, then he was a reggae dude, then he was a gospel artist. And to that I say, that's what I love most about Snoop Dogg. Snoop came in on the studio gangster tip in the early 90s, talking that tough talk. And then if you notice, after Doggy Style, really after Dogfather, Snoop really stopped talking gangster stuff. And I saw in the interview he had on Arian Foster, when Arian Foster had his YouTube channel and he was doing his interviews. I thought Arian Foster was a really good interviewer. I wish he'd come back and start doing it again. But Snoop talked about how after murder was the case, he realized how powerful his words were. And how after the Murder was the Case song, he ended up on a trial for murder. And he was like, you know what? This shit's too real. It's too real. I have to change the way I speak. Snoop said that. When he said he realized that you have what you say. And he evolved. He didn't evolve far because he went from gangster to funk. One thing about Snoop that I appreciate is the fact that Snoop, as a rapper, has done what we used to do in our music, and that's jump around. The issue with hip hop, and one of my main issues with hip hop, is people want you to be a certain way. Oh man, especially you tough, you got to be tough. They want to, and that's one of the issues with hip hop. Hip hop has this very narrow box. And when artists step outside that very narrow box, they're often criticized and vilified within the hip hop community. And if you ask me, that's hip hop's problem, not the artist. You listen to Michael Jackson, he has some blues, some rock, some gospel, some funk, some disco, all of it. Stevie Wonder, I've played it before on the songs, and just go back to Songs in the Key of Life. Just that one album. You got jazz fusion with the song Contusion. You got gospel with the song Love's in Need of Love Today. You got Brazilian, South American Latin music with Es La Una Historia. You got more Caribbean Latin music with Another Day. La 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 la. It used to be a standard in our music to jump around genres. You weren't seen as a sellout. Ray Charles had jazz albums He had blues albums. He had gospel albums, soul, country. You go down the list, Ray Charles played it. Wasn't seen as a sellout. But the minute a hip-hop artist does something and that's not gangster, oh man, he tripping. I thought you was a gangster. Snoop's real name is Calvin Brodus. Has never been brought to the mic. Snoop Dogg is an entertainer. So if Calvin Brodus wants to call himself Snoop Dogg today, Snoop Lion tomorrow, gospel album next, a song about pimping after that, that's what an artist does. I'm sorry to tell you, close-minded hip-hop niggas. Music is supposed to jump around because it all comes from the blues. I remember when Snoop dropped this. Let me see, where's it at? No, that wasn't it. Where is it? Here it is. Where is it? Oh, here it is. I remember when Snoop did this.
Whitey Ford on the guitar, Young Trev on the drum.
When he did that, Johnny Cash.
Medicine by my medicine, by my medicine. Yeah, you know I got the.
I love that song by Snoop. Going over into Johnny Cashville. I don't play it a whole lot, but I respect the range and artistry. That was on the same album as this, Club Years. I'm the life of the party. Every time I blow up.
The life of the party. It don't
be hitting ego tripping. And I remember when this dropped, I think it was 2008 when this dropped. Snoop was criticized for going from Life of the Party to Waste of Time to a Morris Day remake. I love this album by Snoop. So much diversity in sound. Even has some love songs. I love this right here.
Other bitches, they gon' wait in line. They hating on you, how you take away they shine. Rewind, pay attention to the signs. I see money when I look you in the
I love that album. So much diversity within one album. All that, and just to come right back to
say we'll be alive. Yeah, I lie sometimes. What's the use of it?
That's an artist, if you ask me. But too many hip hop heads think they holding something over Snoop's head because he decides to jump around into different genres. I thought you was a gangster. His name is Calvin Brodus, not Snoop Dogg.
Right.
The gangster stuff is an act. Like all music is an act. The same reason why when you listen to that music out of the 70s, a lot of that love music, they talk, oh, I love you, baby. I love you. I love you. I love you. Meanwhile, they got 10, 15 different brides cheating on 8 women with everybody. But the music is saying they love them. Music is an aspiration. Music is an ideal. This is also one of my favorite Snoop albums. He did this one with Dame Funk. I love this album.
Where did we go? Let me do my thing. New gators on my feet, rolling up and down the streets. Let me do my thing.
I I remember when that dropped. I dropped that. I got that shit as soon as it came out. You had that, and then you had the party album Bush. Had Charlie Wilson on the dance music. This dude has had a lot of variety within his sound. I didn't really like Malice in Wonderland too much. I didn't really like Malice in Wonderland too much. But I love the blue carpet treatment. Streets be walking, always up to no good.
Crazy. From Hollywood to South.
Come on, that's some music right there, boy. But he's always had a variety within his sound.
Yep.
Message from the Streets. One of my favorite albums is this one right here, The Last Meal, when he went down with Master P and did this one. Yeah, album. This is just a straight up nigga song. People really got him on him for this.
Make me a brand new song. So now
Every black artist, for the most part, does something in gospel because all of our music comes from the church. And Snoop got criticized for going gospel, but it's by the same people who said that he only brought in degeneracy.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is Snoop is giving us a wide range of music, all the way down to when you get to Missionary. This is a very mature album.
ozone, bad habits long gone. Your nigga reaching new heights. Ay, just for me to live in this bitch. Why did somebody have to die? Waking up.
And when you listen to that new Missionary album, I love Missionary because you hear an evolution with Dre and Snoop. They're singing and rapping as grown men. One thing I'm saying about Snoop's career is you see an evolution from immature gangster to grandfather and all points in between. And if we're going to be honest about music, that's what music is. You want to see that maturity. You want to see people grow and evolve with their music, and he did that. But a lot of people who have issues with him, they'll ignore the last 20 years of his evolution and stick him back into the Chronic and Gin and Juice and that era. Themes that he stopped rapping about long ago. And that's a general issue that I have with hip-hop in general. Hip-hop in a lot of ways is very regressive.
Yeah.
They want you to stick to the old beats, stick to the old themes, the old subjects, and then when someone grows and matures and does something outside of what you expect them to do, oh, they ain't keeping it real. Of course he's not. His name is Calvin Brodus, not Snoop Dogg. Snoop is an act. Calvin Brodus is the man. His kids don't call him Snoop. His kids call him Daddy. His friends call him Calvin. His mama called him Calvin.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna end it there because I gotta get up here shortly and go to this parade. Thank y'all for tapping in, dealing with us with all these technical difficulties we were having on StreamYard tonight. Make sure y'all check us out later on for part 3, where we will be continuing the discussion on our music and going in on Melly Mel, backtracking on what he said on Microphone Check, which we will be watching Microphone Check because it's now on FBA Stream. So we'll be able to watch it hopefully before we go live again, so we can give y'all the play-by-play of Microphone Check. Like I said, no investigation, no right to speak. So we're gonna investigate it and let y'all know what we think about it. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter, now X.com. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. We'll see y'all later after the inauguration in the Moray. Peace.